Welcome everyone, bienvenido a todos to the Mount Diablo Unified School District Governing Board meeting, February 24th, 2021. It is 6:04 p.m. and we're beginning our open session. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I don't see our flag. All right, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, our flag did show up. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll start with roll call. We have our student trustee Alas.
Here.
Trustee Nzewi.
Here.
Trustee McFerrin.
Here.
Trustee Mason.
Here.
And Trustee Mayo. Trustee Mayo is present as well.
I said I'm here.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure your sound was working. Thank you. All right, I'm also present, so we are all accounted for. All right, so 6.2, review and potential approval of the agenda. Did anyone need to make any changes to our order or anything like that? Or do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I will make a motion. We approve it as presented.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
All right, motion by Trustee Mason and second by Trustee Alas. And we'll put that to a vote. Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
All right, and I also vote yes, so that's 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. So we're ready to begin. So we'll start with 7.0, report out, action taken in closed session. So 7.1, negotiations. The board may discuss negotiations or provide direction to its representatives regarding represented employees pursuant to EERA Government Code Section 3549.1. Agency negotiators, Dr. Adam Clark, Dr. John Rubio, Dr. Dan Scudero, Dr. Lisa Gonzalez, Dr. Wendy Aguili, Jennifer Sachs, Cesar Alvarado, and Mike Berg. Agencies, Medea, DMA, MDSPA, CSEA, CST Local 1, and Teamsters Local 856. The board received information and provided direction. Item 7.2, discipline, dismissal, release, or reassignment of public employee, Government Code Section 54957B1. In closed session, the board considered the release of one certificated administrative employee under Education Code Section 44951 and 44929.21 and voted by a vote of 4-0 with one abstention.
I'm sorry, 5-0 on the administrator.
Oh, excuse me. Thank
That's
you.
okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, with the administrator, the vote was 5-0 in favor. To direct the district to send notice that they will be non-reelected, released at the end of the 2020-2021 school year from their certificated administrative position. Secondly, in closed session, the board considered the non-reelection release of 11 probationary certificated employees under Education Code Section 44929.21 and voted, this one was a vote of 4-0 in favor with one abstention, to direct the district to send notice that they will be non-reelected and released at the end of the 2020-2021 school year from their certificated positions.
President Khan, I
Yes.
believe when it's a split vote, you have to say the names of who voted how.
Right. So Trustee McFerrin recused herself from that vote. All right. Thank you. Okay, so that was 7.2. We'll move on to 8.0, public comment. The public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or the 33-minute limit may be shortened. If there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting, and speakers are not allowed to yield their time. So I believe we have a number of public comments this evening. Ms. Juranek, how many do we have?
We had an anticipated about 43.
Okay, so with 43 speakers, we do want to make sure to hear from everybody. I would suggest that we limit each to 1 minute so that we can hear from each of our speakers. Fellow trustees, do you agree with that? All right, so we'll limit speaking to 1 minute. And keep in mind also, everyone, that the emails that are sent in to board comments at mdusd.org are seen and read by every school board member, as well as posted publicly for the entire public to read at any time on the website. So if you do have a longer comment, that is an additional way for you to be able to share. All right, so with that, Ms. Juranek, would you like to call the first speaker?
Yes, so our first speaker will be Betsy Lesser, followed by Erica Dooley.
Thank you.
Ms. Lesser, please unmute and you will have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Betsy Lesser and I'm a parent at Hidden Valley Elementary School in Martinez. I just wanted to ask 3 simple questions. Since the PPE has been delivered to all the Mount Diablo School District schools, when are you guys planning to reopen? And then the next one will be is, will the kids be returning to full session if you guys already have this in plan? Lastly, just I want to go quick. Do you guys know how many kids are suffering from this whole pandemic learning from home? And what are you going to do to make this better for the children? And I'm pretty much done. I just need, if you guys can answer those questions eventually, I will be more than happy to hear back from you guys about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lesser. Just to clarify, we usually say this at the beginning. At public comment, we do not generally respond and answer the question during public comment, but we are here to listen very carefully to your comments.
Thank you.
There should be some updates on all of these things during the board meeting as well. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Erica Dooley, followed by Marnie Hutchins.
Hello, board members. My name is Erica Dooley. My son goes to Hidden Valley Elementary in Martinez, California, and he is an IEP student. And so he has not been, I believe, getting the services that he needs to support his learning. And so I was wondering if you guys are planning to address that. You know, can I expect him to get full services and soon because he's just not thriving during distance learning. It's not a good setup for him. So I would appreciate if you guys can definitely address my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next comment will be from Marnie Hutchins, followed by Nick Beaver.
Hi, I'm speaking today on behalf of my family, which includes a kindergartner and a 3rd grader at Valhalla Elementary. I believe that without firm plans to return students to full-time in-person learning in the fall, hundreds of families will leave the district seeking other options for their children. This will result in greater inequity, more teacher layoffs, and less funding for the district. I implore the board to present parents with a transparent plan to safely return our students to campus this year and fall. I've never desired to leave our neighborhood school, as it is somewhere I have put a lot of my own time and energy. It saddens me that due to lack of information and clarity, my family has resorted to looking at options to leave MDUSD to ensure my children get the education they deserve.
Thank you for your comment. Our next comment is Nick Bever, followed by Mark Rainier Capusan. First, Nick.
Hi, I sent in a longer comment that I don't have time to read anymore, so I'll try to summarize it real quick. That I'm married to a teacher in the district, and she has always worked really hard, and she's always tried to be there for her kids, and she tries to be there right now. She worked so hard that she had to skip meals, and she wasn't drinking water, and she had to be carted out of her classroom in an ambulance at one point. And now everyone is saying that these teachers don't care about kids, including people who work for the district. And I just think that that's not acceptable. It's not right that the district pits parents against teachers in something like this when this is a time that people should be working together. And I think that it's wrong that people chant follow the science as if it's some kind of a druidic incantation, but the science is actually much more nuanced than most people think. In fact, it says that it's some of the science says that it's not safe to return to school without students being tested, which the district currently has no plans to do. And there doesn't seem to be any kind of middle ground on this. And I would urge
I'm sorry,
people,
your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mark Rainier Capuson, followed by Jess Jones.
Good evening, board members of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. My name is Mark Rainier Catapusan. I attend Ignacio Valley High School, and I'm here to make a comment about the lack of inclusivity and sex education within the MDUSD. The first time we officially learned about our bodies in school is 5th grade. Basic information like erections and periods were taught, yet it was still not enough. At this age, I was already beginning to realize I was gay, but it was hard to navigate because it was included in the curriculum. Moving forward to 9th grade, a lot of our students, including myself, were placed in a semester class designed to teach us more about ourselves emotionally, physically, and sexually. Although the class had a lot of helpful information, the lesson plans did not cover many of the problems LGBTQ students face. Our only demonstration that was taught in class was how to properly put on a condom. These heteronormative teachings not only make LGBTQ+ students feel put off, but could potentially endanger them. Along with the fear of harassment and bullying, some students hide their true selves. Unfortunately, this creates internalized homophobia, which only perpetuates the problem. According to a survey of 12,000 LGBT students by HRC Foundation, 67% reported hearing negative comments from their own families. In a home
I'm
environment.
sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And next we have Jess Jones, followed by Karna Cruz.
Thank you very much. I would first like to say thank you to all the wonderful teachers who are striving so hard to do so much with so little. I'd like to say thank you to the board for being responsive to emails and to reaching out in response to things I have sent. However, I want to very strongly remind not just the board and the teachers union of the need to reopen, but also to parents of the problem that we are facing if we do not open sooner and in a more consistent schedule. Well, this last year, we have seen great strides in balancing social injustice, but the very systemic racism we are fighting will be perpetuated by this sporadic schedule that we are facing. That those who have single parents or minority households will be unable to keep up with this type of schedule as well as others. You will see class division. We'll see a restructuring of the society, parents leaving, taking their kids elsewhere to find supportive educators who are willing to open in a more consistent way. We need this opened up now, and we need to be able to help push our teachers to fight for that on their end to their teachers board. Did you say you're muted?
Mr. Enick, you're muted.
Thank you. I apologize. Yes, your minute was up. I apologize. Next, we have Karna Cruz, followed by Kendra Neiman.
Good evening. I've been with the school district for 15 years now, and every year I see teacher layoffs due to low estimates in the number of students. And then in the fall, there's always a scrambling to find more teachers because they've been laid off. Usually the counts are off by the hundreds, and that's just at Concord High. I can't imagine what it is like in the other schools. And I do know that our numbers this year have decreased, but while our numbers have decreased, our ADA is set to remain the same due to the pandemic. And it just seems to me that we have a unique opportunity to provide help for struggling students next year through smaller class sizes instead of just laying off more teachers. We can start to minimize the achievement gap that all the students are starting to feel this year or who have felt this year. So I'm just asking you to consider that as an alternative.
Sorry,
to
your
the
time
layoffs.
is, your minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Kendra Neiman, followed by Jennifer Williams.
Hi, my name is Kendra. I'm a graduate of MD USD, and I have 5 children currently enrolled in Pleasant Hill schools, 2 in College Park, 2 at the middle school, and 1 at Pleasant Hill Elementary. And I just wanted to share their experience with you. Distance learning has been nothing short of devastating for all of my children. Both of my high school students, as well as one of my middle schoolers, are failing. My 3rd grader's fallen at least a year behind. Since the fall, 2 of my children have started regular counseling with psychiatrists and started receiving medication for ADD and depression. If we do not return to full-time in-person learning in the fall, we will have to exit the district for the sake of my children's education and their mental health. I urge the board to put the children first, follow the CDC guidelines, and get our kids back to in-person learning where they can begin to thrive again. Anything short of this is a significant failure on all of our parts.
I'm next, I'll be up soon.
Thank you, your time is up. Next, we have Jennifer Williams, followed by Erin Walton.
Good evening, Governing Board and Superintendent Clark. I'm the sole parent of a kindergartner in Pleasant Hill Elementary School. I'm speaking up for the thousands of families in our district who were already disadvantaged to begin with and who are now being disproportionately affected by the shutdown. No one is listening to them and they are falling farther behind. The medical authorities' opinion is being put aside. Instead, a completely arbitrary, impossible to achieve set of metrics not based on science is being demanded for reopening. Do you think our children will forgive us if we allow this district to cower to a plan that is not based on scientific fact and does not represent their best interest? The governing board is responsible for creating the policies of our district and must be allowed to do so. I ask the board to impress upon your bargaining teams to speak louder, to speak more decisively and with more authority, to stand up for the students who are not thriving academically, socially, or emotionally, and for the teachers who love their students and desperately want to get back into the classrooms with them. We've already lost many great teachers, and we simply can't.
I apologize, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And next we have Erin Walton, followed by Noel Fruchtenich. First, Erin.
Hello. I'm going to be reading something my daughters wrote for you this evening. Good evening, board members and Dr. Clark. Our names are Mackenzie and Riley Walton, and we are a 4th grader and a 6th grader in the Mount Diablo Unified School District. We are writing to ask you to be unified and work together to find a way to give us the opportunity to learn at school this spring. We have no words to truly describe how challenging it is to still be learning at home after nearly a year. We think it is much more engaging to learn in a classroom setting. Looking at a screen all day long gets boring and it's not very good for you. There's also the issue of internet connection problems, which can be very distracting. It is easier to participate and connect with our teachers and classmates in the classroom. At school, teachers can see when we need help and provide it right away. This is more difficult on Zoom. Distance learning is very isolating. We miss getting to see our friends and making new ones. Last but not least, we think it is easier and way more fun to go to school in person. We hope to return to school this year in any way possible.
I'm sorry,
Please
your
find a
time
way
is
to help
up.
us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Noel, followed by Olivia.
Okay, we could have been open now for elementary hybrid since January 27th. We haven't even officially submitted our plan. Who runs this district? Does the Board of Education run it? Or do Dan Reynolds and Anita Johnson run it? It's supposed to be the 5 of you. Do Dan Reynolds and Anita Johnson really have local teachers' best interests in mind? I can answer that for you. Just look at Dan Reynolds' email address, danreynolds@cta.org. He's negotiating purely for the California Teachers Association agenda, and it's despicable what he's doing to the Mount Diablo Unified School District. You can see this in the Friday letter that came out from Dr. Clark, immediately followed by the Medea member letter that now the public has become aware of. And the contrast between those is really astonishing. There are coming parent protests, parent lawsuits, and potential recalls. In mid-March, all 5 of you are eligible for recall. We need to get this figured
I'm
out.
sorry, sir, your time is up. Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Olivia, followed by Shelley Kreiderman. Olivia? Okay, let's move to Shelley Kreiderman.
Okay, good evening. Thank you all for all the difficult hard work going on throughout MDUSD's district among the teachers, administration, administrators, and school board members. Just wanted to voice appreciation for the school board. I appreciate Trustee Nzewi's quick willingness to delve further into any board items that may be questionable as to costs or program implementation, even at the expense of pushing the school district. She truly does her research. Also, her dedicated communication to those she serves is far-reaching. I appreciate an equity voice advocating for those lower socioeconomic voices that are usually not heard. My children will feel safe when all are safe and well cared for. Our district students from many different backgrounds are able to sense and know these inequities.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Mrs. Warnock, this is Olivia. Can I go now?
Yes, you may go next.
Okay, and can I have two minutes because I did write something, a personal family story I'd like to share.
At this time, we're only allowing 1 minute per public comment.
Okay.
We need to treat everyone equally, but I would appreciate if you could email that to us afterwards and it will become part of the public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to address the efforts of bringing a voice to everyone in our community, not just those of us that shout the loudest. I have taken on a role with my extended family. I often bring them a voice. I grew up in the Mount Diablo School District, and so did my cousin. We lived 10 miles away from each other in a high school. After my parents moved us from our home off of Monument to the neighborhood in Concord that fed into Northgate High, where 98% of the kids attended college. I was the first on my mom's side to go to graduate college, and many never finished high school. This included my cousin and many of her friends. To this day, my cousin and I still live about 10 miles apart in very different neighborhoods. But the common theme that keeps us together is culture and our children. Her daughter is getting failing grades in a school district that is in Trustee Keisha's represented area, and I encouraged her to talk out on the town hall last week. As I listened to that meeting, I heard a common theme. Many parents are worried that their child is failing. A recent study finds that 1 year of in-person school closures will cost ninth graders in the poorest communities a 25% decrease in their post-educational earning potential. Distance learning is failing our children in every single community in this district. My cousin and many other mothers that she knows are terrified of their kids losing interest in school or giving up altogether as they have sat at home the last 11 months. I urge you, please, our kids are withering away. The science is behind it. Let's heal as a community and get back to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Markin, followed by Kelly Randall.
Hi, thanks for taking my comment. I have 2 children at Highlands Elementary, and I just wanted to say that after the last board meeting, one of the board members was talking about mostly white, mostly privileged parents and how the system favored them and the other parents didn't get a voice. And then we get a survey saying that distance education is going to be 2 hours in the midday, 2 days a week. And that system favors the white and privileged, well, maybe not the white, but for sure the privileged who can leave in midday and bring their kids to school for 2 hours and turn around. And I don't presume to speak for any community. I am white and I am privileged, but this system needs to be full days of school so that people who don't have the privilege to walk their children to their school 5 minutes away can also benefit from the in-person learning. So we need to return to at least full days. I don't know what the risk is between 2 hours and 6 hours if the COVID knows all of a sudden at hour 2 that it's dangerous, but we need to have full days of school so that all students have equal access to the in-person learning and distance learning.
Your minute is up. Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Kelly Randall, followed by McKenna Marsden.
Hello, I attended all MDUSD schools and I now have a parent, I now have a child in 5th grade. Please work with the union and get our students back on campus. Vaccines for teachers are available and PPE is at every school in our district. There is no reason why our children shouldn't go back full-time in September. Have you met with the board or superintendents from San Ramon, Pleasanton, Walnut Creek, Lafayette, or any of the many other districts that have been open? The 2-day-a-week, 2-hour, 2-day-a-week option that you are giving families is a joke. Working parents cannot get their kids to school in the middle of the day, and to call that time homework help is sad. Let the teachers teach. School is an essential business of our childhood for all children, and for the most vulnerable families, school often helps meet children's basic needs for food and shelter. Further, teachers are on the front line in identifying neglect and abuse and can be a life preserver in linking families to resources and services. All of this is lost with online schooling. Lastly, I want to mention that I am disgusted by some of the comments at last week's meeting. To call parents who want their children to return to school mostly white and mostly privileged
Ms.
is
Randall,
absurd.
I'm sorry, your minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, McKenna Marsden, followed by Sophia.
Sophomore at CPHS. I'm here to represent the people who this affects the most. While I understand that things are not finalized for reopening plans, the proposed plan will hurt students. You tell us that students are important and that we matter. I don't see this anywhere in your plan. Over the last year, instruction time with our teachers have already been decreased, and this new plan, there's even less instructional time. Several teachers have repeatedly said that we cannot get through all the required material. This will put us behind, and we will have to continually be playing catch up. Like math or concepts built upon themselves, this will hurt us for a long time. In the new hybrid schedule, our time on campus will be nothing more than a study hall while teachers babysit us. There's no benefit in that. We have also been told that there's a possibility of schedule change and teacher changes, which will be awful. Our new teacher will either be behind and we will have to learn material over again, or they will be ahead in the curriculum and we will have to catch up. Either way punishes the students for something we have no control over. Of all the people involved, students and our education should be your #1 priority. This plan hurts us more than you realize. And if you do realize this, why haven't you done
McKenna, I do apologize, your minute is up.
We need to be back in school full time.
Ms. Marsden, thank you. Next, we have Sophia, followed by Laura Steele.
Hi, I'm a 6th grader in the MDUSD district. Wow, it's been 355 days since the MDUSD district has been in-person learning. This time last year were talent show auditions, school plays, and field trips. What have we come to? The first couple of months I understood, but that was in the spikes of COVID, but now there should be no excuse for us kids not to be in school. Learning in person gives kids a purpose to feel like they have a teacher or friend to go to with a problem, or they have something that they can accomplish, or feel that aha moment. But on Zoom, none of that can happen. And the worst part of it all is other schools and districts are open. So why aren't we? I understand some parents and students are uncomfortable with going back, and that's fine, but stop using that as an excuse to let every kid that doesn't want to go back, that needs to go back, go back. Kids' futures are not something to be taken lightly. This is serious, so you need to take it seriously. And if you won't listen to the teachers and parents, at least listen to the people you're doing it for, the kids.
Sophia, your minute is up. Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Laura Steele, followed by Leah Yates.
Thank you for your recommitment to the state metrics. I also appreciate trustees getting out into the community to listen to the families. Witnessing the posturing within the public school system over the last several months, I am completely disillusioned. The system, whose sole purpose is to provide an appropriate education to our children, is currently seized up by agencies who claim to be focused on students, but refuse to adopt the science that supports educational best practices. If the unions get to act solely on behalf of the teachers, we want to see the district take a stronger position in favor of the students. We are receiving mixed messages that we can look forward to a return for some students in March, but let's be clear, this is for a limited amount of students outlined under the special group support hubs. We know that lacking access to quality education has serious lifelong impacts on students. Where does that put those students now, a year later? Why has it taken so long to get them services? And where does that leave the rest of our students? The framework to return is available, and we need a commitment to provide a hybrid model this spring with smaller groups and a full-time model for
Ms.
August.
Steele, your minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Leah Yates, followed by Heather Marez Hollis.
Hi, my name is Leah Yates, and I'm a fifth grader at Sequoia Elementary School in Pleasant Hill. We have heard a lot of comments from parents, and I think it is important to hear what the students have to say. After all, I think we should have a say too. The experience I have in distance learning has been really hard for me. I am a new student to my school, so starting a new school and not knowing anyone was really hard. Making friends through Zoom is not easy. I felt pretty alone. Besides, it being difficult not having physical interaction with people learning is hard too. Math has been the most difficult. When my teacher is teaching math, sometimes it's delayed, and when the screen refreshes, I am several steps behind. This has brought me to tears many times. I have an amazing teacher, Miss Ricard, but I think that it is hard to know what speed to go at when she is just looking at a screen and not us. If she had a student in front of her, she would see that we are behind, and she is not keeping our attention by moving too slow. Through distance learning, I have learned that I am a social learner. It's hard to stay motivated when I am
Yates?
not learning.
I'm sorry, your minute is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Heather Mares Hollis, followed by Jill Walson.
Good evening and thank you guys. I just want to bring to the attention of the other trustees that, that I think it was highly unprofessional that a trustee lied to a school principal, said that his community, his family, his school was welcome at a town hall and they weren't. And I don't think that it's right that it was allowed to happen. I know every area needs to be heard, but how is it fair when, oh, Bay Point's invited and Bay Point was not invited? I had 2 families from the homeless shelter, which the district has yet to acknowledge or get to interact in anything. I had 2 families willing to speak, but backed out because we were told we were not welcome. I do not think that's fair. Yet again, Bay Point is getting dumped on. Everyone claims to care about my community, but no one reaches out to help us. No one has gone to the shelter. No one has gone to the low-income apartments. I have, as a parent and a community member, I have.
Ms. Hollis,
You guys have no
I'm
clue what
sorry.
it's like.
Your minute is up. Next, we have Jill Walson, followed by Devin Jackson.
Thank you. My dad was a public high school teacher and principal, highly respected in the community, and a groundbreaking public high school was named after him, Joseph Gregory High. I tell you this because I believe in public education. I know it can do good for the community. I loved it, I lived it, and I want that experience for my own children and our neighbors. Teamwork is a key component to things turning out for the best. I'm going to use a baseball analogy. Let's huddle up and quickly learn that teamwork is established by having strong communication skills, a well thought out plan, distinguished leadership, trust that every team member can depend on each other, and proper field and equipment to get where you need to be. This school team needs to learn from others in our league and even out of our league that are playing well and moving to the playoffs. Having children anxiously sit in the dugout while everyone in charge of the team is disagreeing will not get us to a championship game, which to me is full on-campus learning. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Foothill teachers, PFA, for all you've done.
Next, we have Devin Jackson.
Hello,
and
everybody.
followed by Christina.
Oh,
sorry.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. This is Devin Jackson. Good evening, community members, students, parents, guardians, and family members, MDUSD school board trustees, President Cound, Vice President Deborah Mason, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Dr. Clark. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a teacher and educator. I'm a member of the community of Contra Costa County. Teaching is my passion. As you've heard me state many times before when I've addressed the community and the board during public comment in the past, I think hybrid teaching should exist with an outdoor learning component integrated into it. Once MDUSD decides to phase in the hybrid model, please help me encourage to use outdoor classrooms and school sites. Outdoor education has been shown to improve and academic and health outcomes, decrease stress, and deepen positive connections between children. I have a petition. I have 184 signatures thus far. I really think that we can support all students, all educators, all parents, guardians, and everybody in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for our comment. Next, we have Christina M., followed by Emily Brinkert.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christina Merrick, and this is my 10th year as a credentialed school nurse in the district. I am less than full-time, but I have 4 school sites on my caseload, including Sun Terrace Elementary, Wren Avenue Elementary, Diablo View Middle School, and Riverview Middle School. There was mention last week during the board meeting of contact tracing being done by the health department, the county level, but just wanted to touch base that per their own website, their dashboard has that their contact tracing rate is only about 70% in our county, and they have a 12% rate of contact information given of those potential close contacts for those that are testing positive. And the school nurses have been assisting in our district with the contact tracing, which is incredibly time consuming. And we are concerned as more students come onto campus. And so we're looking for additional support. Akalani's Unified has brought on 2 new other school nurses on top of their nursing staffing to help with the contact tracing. Other districts such as Fresno has used their CARES funding to be able to supply that. Contact tracing is one of the pillars of the reopening, and it's really, really important. We need to do it in-house and support the county as much as possible to be able to be super successful.
I'm sorry, your minute is up. Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Emily Brinkert, followed by Vanessa Sizemore.
I think her sound is not working.
Emily?
Emily, it appears you're muted. Is that right?
Let's take Vanessa and see if we can come back to Emily. Vanessa?
Hello, I want to say thank you for all the parents who brought their kids on. That was heartbreaking, and I hope it broke everybody's heart on here. I just want to say that I don't understand how our rules of COVID have been governed by our county, yet we're all in the same county, yet all of the districts in the same county have come up with a way to open up safely. I do not understand. To me, that makes our district look completely, it's an embarrassment, to be honest. And I don't feel like we're being at all supported by this district, and it was a complete slap in the face to be given this quote unquote option of hybrid learning, which provides no help to anybody. I really hope you all are doing what you can, because it does not seem like it.
Thank you for your comment. Christine, Emily, do we want to see if your audio is working? Okay, looks like we have another Valeria.
Hello, my name is Valerie. So
Sorry.
it's okay. I just want to share that I am a private school teacher, and we've been open since April 2020. We've had no COVID cases, and we follow all CDC guidelines. I know that 2 hours twice a week will not work for working families, and also I don't think it'll benefit the kids that much. I also agree with Devin saying that outdoor classrooms will benefit the kids a lot, and I think that would help with the CDC guidelines. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, this is Emily. I'm actually back, if it's okay for me to jump in.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm so sorry. So I have 3 kids in Concord. I've got one at Concord High, one at El Dorado, and one at Westwood. And I am a different story. I think they're thriving. And quite frankly, in some cases, due to neurodiversity, even more so. My 2 youngest have actually asked if they could stay distance learning forever. So I know I'm not the loudest voice, but I also want to be an advocate for my children and their safety. And I would like to actually understand if there's a material reason why we can't actually adopt a hybrid model where teachers are actually teaching in person and virtually in classrooms at the same time in order to reduce the physical class size and accommodate different ways of learning. I literally do it all day at work. We are on Zoom all day. Given that the new norm is going to be that people are going to be working remotely way more, I also think it's a huge opportunity to teach this skill to our children so that they can thrive as adults. That's it.
Okay, thank you for your comment. And then President Cowan, we've completed our initial commenters. unless you would like to extend the comment period.
No, that was crazy.
Do we have additional names, people that requested to speak?
Oh, okay, but
Currently,
no.
excuse me, Emily, could you please mute? Thank you. At one point, we did disable the chat as we had received a number of comments. There's possibility that there are more in the chat who are wanting to speak at this time.
I see. So I'm not sure that we have a way to find those names.
Well, this would put our public comment period at about...
This is Stephen Marsden, and I was signed up for public comment.
Oh, yes, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Let's just set something, one kind of base fact here that needs to be shared with the group. But schools in Europe have been in session in person since last year, and there has been no evidence that schools are promoting COVID spread. And so the teachers union consistently puts this idea out that we're putting teachers back into a dangerous situation. That is an emotional argument that is not based in fact whatsoever, intended to manipulate the negotiations. So we need to make that clear. So having said that, having seen the survey that went out and the proposed hybrid model, it's a complete joke. It does nothing more than allow the union and the district to say that they are allowing some form of in-person learning to occur. But as many other speakers have shared here tonight, the hybrid method will be completely ineffective and does absolutely nothing for our students, and in many cases hurts them, as teacher instruction time is being decreased under the hybrid model. The only viable solution is for our kids to be back in school full time.
Mr. Marsden, your minute is up.
Thank you very much. And just know that parents are talking about bringing litigation against the district and the teachers union for this. Thank you.
And then President Khan, we do have an additional 3 hands that are raised.
All right, so trustees, are you okay with doing the last 3 comments before we complete?
All right, can I ask, is one of them Allie Merriman? She was having trouble accessing that and wanted.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, yes, let's move forward with those 3 and then we'll conclude public comment. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Merriman, we have you next, followed by Brooklyn Joseph and Liz H.
The beginning of what you said was cut off. Did you say me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. My name is Allie Merriman. I'm a mother of 3 elementary school students in the district, and I'm also a substitute teacher in the district. I taught for 13 years in urban public schools in New York City, then in the Mission District of San Francisco, and then my last 7 years in the Bayview neighborhood of San Francisco. I was excited that my kids were in the area of Walnut Creek, that we were going to be a part of MDUSD, mostly for its size and ethnic and socioeconomic diversity. I was excited for my kids to have the opportunity to learn with and meet kids from all different types of backgrounds and lives. When people in my neighborhood were advocating for a separate Northgate High School District or Northgate School District, I was one of the only people in my neighborhood I knew that was completely against it. I wanted my kids to have the opportunity to be with all kinds of other kids. I have loved our district until a couple months ago. I started to feel very frustrated that elementary school families in districts all over the country, including right by us, were given the choice of distance versus in person.
I'm sorry, Ms. Merriman, your minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, and we have, let's see. I'm sorry, I lost our last.
I think you had said Brooklyn Joseph?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Listening to some of the public comments, I feel saddened by the division this pandemic has highlighted in our communities. I understand the challenges that we all face at schools being closed and would never minimize those challenges. But it's been clear during public comment that some voices are being amplified more than others and some voices are not being included in the conversation. It brought to mind a quote by Glennon Doyle. In her book, Untamed, she writes, "What if we decided that successful parenting includes working to make sure all kids have enough, not just the particular kids assigned to us have everything? What if we used our mothering love less like a laser, burning holes into the children assigned to us, and more like the sun, making sure all kids are warm? What if we use this pandemic to reevaluate how we are serving our students and their families across the district? What if instead of demanding an immediate reopening of schools, we demanded mandatory vaccinations for all teachers first? What if we prioritize the reopening of schools for the highest needs students in historically marginalized communities in order to make progress across our entire district? What if we evaluated all the ways our schools haven't served all students effectively and planned for something better?
Ms. Jaranek, I think you're muted potentially, or your sound is.
Our next comment is Liz H. That would be our last comment.
Thank you.
Hello, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi. Awesome. Hi, I am a teacher in the district, and there's so much I want to say, but I'm going to try and get a few things in 1 minute. I feel like the hybrid schedule, the proposed schedule for high school students is completely not going to work. There's little accountability for students to attend the proposed in-person support. If you know anything about high school students, you know that if there's no grade to connect to the attendance, they won't show up. Additionally, if a student's teacher teaches for the full 80,
you're just totally into this.
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
I
Please
hope this
continue.
doesn't count for my minute.
No, okay, go ahead.
Additionally, if a student's teacher teaches for the full 80 minutes each class, that's a loss of 40 minutes of real-time lessons per week per student. So I think it's better to either provide actual classes in person run by teachers who choose to do so. Additionally, teachers are being vilified in our community, and it is because the district bargaining team refuses to come to the table with realistic, safe solutions. The poor budgeting by the district in previous years has caused a deficit that the solution for the district goes is to cut student-centered funds.
Liz,
It's upsetting.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
your minute is up.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. And then barring any extension, that would conclude our public comment section.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jaranek. I know it's very challenging to manage all of that, so I really appreciate all of your work. And thank you everyone who spoke. As stated before, if you have a longer statement that you were trying to make, you are welcome to email it to boardcomments@mdusd.org. All right, so with that, we will move on to 9.0 communications.
Hello. How was it?
Ms.
Hey,
Erin Walton, if you could please mute, and I think we can actually remove our participants at this point. The public speakers can continue to watch via the website link as opposed to through the Zoom. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you, public speakers. You may click leave, or we'll remove you from the space so that we can move on with the meeting, and you can feel free to watch the rest of the meeting from the link on the website. Okay, appreciate it. All right, so 9.1 district organizations. At regular board meetings, a single spokesperson of each recognized district organization may make a brief presentation. Items are limited to those which are informational. Do we have speakers from district organizations?
Yes, we do. We have Mark Jones representing Teamsters, followed by Dan Reynolds for the Mount Diablo Education Association, and Carmen Torres for CST.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with Mark Jones. Go ahead, Mark.
Hello, hello. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Clark, and members of the community. My name is Mark Jones, and I'm the Teamsters 856 representative that represents numerous classified employees across the district. Tonight, I'd like to speak to you on how our members are currently feeling and the attitude those in the administration seems to hold towards our classified staff. You are not valuable, you are expendable, you are not worthy. Now, their mouths won't say this, of course, but their actions this past year have spoken loudly. Our members have not seen a cost of living increase since 2017. We endured layoffs last year, and this year we're hearing talks of even more cuts, which would be a much easier pill for us to swallow had we truly been in this together. It's easy to understand the need for all to sacrifice when times are tough, But are we all really sacrificing? While our members have continued to tighten their belts, the administration continued to reorganize. A new title, a higher pay increase. Every single person across the table from our members at the negotiations table is either receiving a much higher salary than they were at the beginning of the year or more than their predecessor had previously made. As my friend and colleague Juan Escobar likes to say, we either eat bologna sandwiches together or we eat steak dinner, but we eat together. Apologies to the vegetarians. We can actually live with that philosophy though. Please understand that this is not our members' fault that the district does not know how to budget and only believes in giving raises to managers. This year, more than ever, our members have been asked to rise to the occasion and have answered the call at every step. Our food service members have been in the front lines since the beginning of the pandemic in March, serving the students of the district. Whenever there's been a positive COVID case at one of our campuses, our custodians have been there to sanitize and safeguard staff. TIS members have been working tirelessly to ensure connectivity to our students and staff. In fact, you can thank a TIS member for this Zoom meeting tonight. When the need arose, our school bus drivers took on new and different roles outside of their job descriptions and began delivering food to those otherwise hard to reach in the community. I know to ensure the future of this district, you need to reinvest in those on the front line. Those that put sweat equity, that vest in, and that love the students of this district. If you're looking to balance your budget, don't do it on the backs of those holding the line. Roll back all administrative salaries to 2017 and let's let that be the sacrifice made. Then we can truly say that we're all in this together. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, next we'll have Dan Reynolds.
Thank you. Is my audio working?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dan Reynolds, and I'm the Executive Director of the Mount Diablo Education Association, MEDIA. I am a member of the MEDIA bargaining team. I'm also a product of MDUSD schools, Sun Terrace, Glenbrook, and Mount Diablo High School. I'm a former teacher of 16 years in the district, and I'm a parent of 2 MDUSD students. MEDIA and our members look forward to returning to on-campus instruction when it is safe. We know that there are 3 factors that will influence and impact safety in our schools. The first is public health metrics. The second, the terms both MEDIA and the district agree to in our hybrid MOU. And third, the efforts on the part of the district to keep everyone safe, including thoroughly implementing COVID mitigation measures and including proper expenditure of the funds that the district is receiving from the state and federal government. I will speak to each of these 3. First, MEDIA has continued to be driven by science and by protecting community health. MEDIA continues to believe that it is not safe to open our schools while COVID is widespread in our community. MEDIA believes we must ensure the health and safety of every person who enters our schools, educators and students. The science is clear. The level of community spread has an impact on the level of spread in school settings. Today, COVID is still widespread in every city and town within MDUSD. COVID is widespread in Bay Point. COVID is widespread in Clayton. COVID is widespread in Concord. COVID is widespread in Martinez. COVID is widespread in Pacheco. COVID is widespread in Pittsburgh. COVID is widespread in Pleasant Hill. COVID is widespread in Walnut Creek. The second of the factors that I mentioned is the terms both MEDIA and the district agree to in our hybrid plan MOU. Our MEDIA bargaining team has been dedicated to the work that needs to get done at the bargaining table. Our team members worked through the summer in July and August of 2020 to bargain our distance learning phase MOU as quickly as possible so that everyone would know what district learning would look like. In the fall, when the board decided they wanted to target a January reopening, we reached out to your team repeatedly, asking to calendar more bargaining dates to do the work and to meet at the table to reach agreements. Just recently, we worked to add 5 new bargaining dates, and our Medea team asked that we meet twice a week if possible, so that we could get this done. Remember, please, also, that the Medea bargaining team members are full-time teachers, who, aside from all of the time they're spending bargaining, are also planning and delivering lessons. The third of the factors I mentioned is the efforts on the part of the district to keep everyone safe, including thoroughly implementing COVID mitigation measures and including proper expenditure of the funds the district is receiving from the state and federal government. On this point, MDUSD has failed. To explain, MDUSD must have a COVID prevention program because the Cal OSHA Emergency Temporary Standard enacted in November 2020, which went into effect on November 30th, requires such a prevention program. The Emergency Temporary Standard requires all employers, including school districts, to have had a COVID prevention program in place since November 30th and to keep it in place for at least 180 days. MDUSD failed to timely implement their COVID prevention program. On January 8th, 2021, 39 days after was legally required of the district, Medea formally requested the district's COVID prevention program. The district failed to provide it. The district failed to do something as simple as take the existing plan, attach it to an email, and send it to us. Either they chose to ignore the request, or they didn't have the COVID program done, like they should have on November 30th, and therefore couldn't send it to us. 10 business days after that January 8th request, after the district had failed to respond, Medea again formally requested the district's COVID prevention program, and again, days went by without the district replying. Then finally, 2 weeks ago, a draft was presented to the board, 72 days late. I have read the Cal OSHA information about the requirements of a COVID prevention program. The MDUSD COVID prevention program is largely cut and pasted from the template that Cal OSHA had available months ago. This COVID prevention program, which, if I am to assume, isn't final until the board votes on it tonight, right, is more than 72 days late. Further, this plan is full of sentence fragments and ideas that are not fully developed, it seems, because they were simply cut and pasted. Also, there are aspects of this plan which, again, was required on November 30th and should have been implemented on November 30th that still aren't in place today. For example, on page 2 of the MDUSD COVID prevention program, y'all state that you will conduct workplace-specific evaluations using the Identification of COVID-19 Hazards form. When the Medea Vice President and I visited 3 elementary sites with district admin to assess COVID safety preparations, we asked the admin at each of those sites for a copy of these workplace evaluations. None of them had this form. None of them told us that this had been done. How can you say you're ready to open our schools when you haven't even finished the identification of hazards that you committed to in your plan that was 72 days late? As Medea has stated repeatedly, teachers want to be safely back in classrooms, working with students and providing in-person instruction. But so many of our members continue to feel like the district does not take their safety seriously. And when given opportunities to show they are addressing issues of employee and student safety, the district continues to fail. How do you expect 3,000 employees and 30,000 students and their families to feel safe in our schools if the district can't even fill out a form like the COVID prevention program by the legal deadline, or a week later, 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 etc., up until this day? We continue to see failures from the district when it comes to ensuring the health and safety of the people in the MDUSD community. Whose failure is it? It isn't the teacher's failure because it isn't their job to write the plan. It isn't the union's failure because it isn't our job to write the plan. The district administration, the superintendent, and the director of risk management and safety failed to do their jobs as they should have. What happened? Were they too busy to follow the law? Too busy to keep us safe? Or is it that they didn't care to follow the law and didn't care about keeping us safe? There is no excuse for the district's failure to have the COVID prevention program finished on the day it was legally due. and to have distributed to all sites in our district and have every site administrator know what was supposed to happen. And we could have been working to ensure safe school campuses so our educators could be safe and our students could be safe and our community could be safe. The district continues to fail to show us they value our health and safety or that they will take the proper steps to keep us safe and healthy in our schools. The district has further failed when it comes to transparently showing how you are using the more than $35 million of COVID funds you're receiving from the state and federal government. For example, on September 26, 2020, the board approved the MDUSD 2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. That plan laid out how the superintendent and chief business officer plan on spending $19.7 million. Medea submitted a data request asking for receipts and budgets for how specifically this money would be spent. What we got back were receipts and plans for $3.1 million. What are you doing with the other $16.6 million? We've asked for the receipts and budgets again and still have received nothing from the district. Further, when the federal government approved the second major economic relief package in late December 2020, MDUSD's share was $17.3 million more. We have asked for the receipts and budgets for how the district is going to spend that money. Again, they have failed to provide fiscal transparency. Your fiscal department inflates your budget, overprojects expenditures, uses sky is falling doom and gloom prognostications about future budget years, and they have failed to be transparent with how they are spending more than $35 million that is supposed to ensure we're doing the best by our students during distance learning and doing all we can to keep them safe when they return to our classrooms. If you want the community to think our schools are safe enough to reopen, show them you are doing the work to make the schools safe. Show them that you are properly spending the money that you received. If you want educators to feel our schools are safe enough to reopen, show us you're doing the work to keep every child, every school, and every community safe. Show us that you're spending the money you received on its intended uses. Because what we've been seeing is failure. Failure on the part of the superintendent and site principals to do the work to identify COVID hazards and to ensure that our schools will be safe. Failure on the part of the risk management department to properly write and timely implement legally required workplace safety programs. Failure on the part of the chief business officer to have fiscal transparency. Stop the failures. Do the work to ensure our schools are safe for our students and our educators. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Next, we have Carmen Terrones-Terres.
Good evening. I'm sorry. I'm here.
Welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. First of all, good evening, board members, Dr. Clark, and MDUSD community. I want to start with a thank you to Dr. Scudero. We have had our EER meeting this week, and we have set dates for future meetings for next month. He's currently working in providing possible dates sometime next week to start working on our hub MOU and a return to school MOU as well. So I hope we can start working that very soon. So again, thank you, Dr. Scudero. Also, I wanted to mention that I have attended 3 safety plans so far, and all of these 3 included a COVID reopen plan, which I think is very good. But they all include some participation or duties and responsibility of office staff. I reminded these administrators that so far we don't have an MOU, and so we have to be very careful when we use office staff on this plans. They have changed. I like the fact that they have changed they now use health room instead of the, what was the other word that we used and I forgot, I'm sorry. I have a lot of stuff on my mind right now.
Yeah, the isolation room?
Exactly, thank you so much, yeah. So now it's the health room, which is good, but regardless, those duties are not CST. I also wanted to inform the board that immediately after last board meeting, MOU staff was in the fiscal department taking measurements for plexiglass. So thank you. I hope this project is finished pretty soon and it doesn't take another 9 months to protect my members in that department. Mrs. Mason, you had requested a report on the savings so far on those people who retire through PARS. Have you received it? And if so, will that be shared? I'll be very interested to see how that project has come up so far. And that's all I have so far. So thank you very much. Good evening. Goodbye. See you soon.
Thank you very much. All right, so that is it for communications, I believe. So we'll move on to item 10.0, recognitions and resolutions. 10.1 is review and adoption of resolution 2021-46 in recognition of Arts Education Awareness Month. I'll give it to you, Dr. Clark.
Yep, so we're very excited to bring this resolution forward for consideration from the board. And so what this resolution states, this is Resolution 20/21-46 in recognition of Arts Education Month. Whereas arts education, including dance, music, theater, and the visual arts is an essential part of basic education for all students, kindergarten through grade 12, to provide for balanced learning and to develop the full potential of their minds. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District proclaims the month of March as Arts Education Month and encourages all schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional materials. And be it further resolved that this resolution be distributed to all schools within the district. So with that, I put it in the hands of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Trustees, do we have a motion on this resolution?
Madam President, pardon me.
I move that we proclaim March Arts Education Appreciation Month.
Thank you, Trustee Nzewi. Do we have a
I
second?
second that motion.
All right. Motion by Trustee Nzewi, second by Trustee Alas. Any discussion? Yes. Trustee Nzewi.
These are all great, so I always have a comment. I learned how to play flute in public school in the 5th grade. My parents had to live through those painful concerts all through my elementary until they became good in high school. In the 8th grade, I learned how to play the piccolo, kicking off my marching band career through high school and college. So Cal Band, great, go Bears. Arts education is so important, yet in modern public school history, it gets the short end of the stick. So I hope that as we proclaim March as Arts Education Month, we put those words into action and value arts education as much as we do ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. Our students' learning will be enhanced as we help grow them into well-rounded adults. And I'm happy to support this resolution.
Thank you so much. Any other comments? All right, I'd like to also appreciate this resolution. I definitely have been hearing some saxophone over Zoom, and I know all parents and students are really looking forward to being able to do more arts in person. But in the meantime, I just want to say thank you to all the teachers who have found very creative ways to infuse the arts into distance learning and use that as a way to really engage our students. So thank you, teachers. All right, so let's put this to a vote. Let's start with Trustee Ellis.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin. Oh, I think you're muted.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
And I also vote yes, so motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. All right, thank you, everyone. Next, we have item 10.2, review and adoption of resolution 2021-50 in recognition of Women's History Month. Dr. Clark.
Yes, just another very, very important resolution that we're hopefully going to recognize and adopt as a district. But this is in recognition of Women's History Month. And so this is resolution 20/21-50. Whereas women's history encompasses a tremendous depth of accomplishments and triumphs, meriting utility for instruction, inspiration, and prideful celebration. And whereas women have played and continue to play critical roles in economic, cultural, and social spheres of our nation's life by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working in and outside the home. Whereas the history social science framework of California public schools, kindergarten through grade 12, adopted in 2019, states that the history curriculum of community, state, region, nation, and world must reflect the experiences of men and women and of different racial, religious, ethnic, and cultural groups, and must be integrated at every level. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District proclaims the month of March as Women's History Month and encourages all schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional materials. And be it further resolved that this resolution be distributed to all schools within the district. So with that, I place it in the hands of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Do we have a motion?
I would like to make the motion since I was born in March, which is I'm sure why they picked March for this. So I would like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution 20/21-50 in recognition of Women's History Month.
Thank you. Trustee Mason, do we have a second?
I'll second the motion, please.
All right, so motion by Trustee Mason, second by Trustee McFerrin. Are there any comments or questions? Trustee Nzewi.
For 4 years, this will be the running joke. So it's been a breath of fresh air that so many schools have been recognizing Black History Month and teachers incorporating lessons into their curriculum. And so I'm looking forward a lot to next month as schools continue with that same energy for women's history. There are many women in history I admire, including Juliet Lowe, founder of Girl Scouts, and it's Girl Scout Cookie Time, in case you didn't know it. And Girl Scouts being a movement for every girl. I've eaten way too many Thin Mints this week. Georgia Gilmore, who sold food out of her kitchen to fund the Montgomery bus boycott. Ruth Asawa, an artist and fierce arts education advocate. And Julia Alvarez, author of one of my favorite books, How the Garcia Girls Lost Their Accents. And finally, I am, because of her, happy birthday to my mother. I can't wait to see what more I learn about Women's History Month from schools this month in their social media. So I hope they share it and find some hidden gems out there.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Nzewi.
Trustee Nzewi, I too was a Girl Scout, but it was long before you, I am sure.
I think, wow, there are many Girl Scouts here. I know Trustee Mayo was, and I was as well, and Trustee McFerrin. Okay, and many Girl Scout leaders in the house. And not to mention, we are an all-female school board at the moment. So it is a very exciting time for this resolution. All right. Any other comments? Okay, let's take that to a vote. Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Thanks so much, everyone. All right. 10.3 is review and potential approval of resolution 2021-45 for personnel with variable term waivers. Dr. Clark.
Yep, and I'm going to have Dr. Rubio take this item.
Good evening, everyone. Item 10.3 is a review for potential approval. We have 2 applicants tonight who do meet the minimum requirements and who require some additional time to complete all necessary requirements for the credential. So we bring that to you for your recommendation for approval this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Rubio. Do we have a motion?
This is Linda Mayo. I move that we approve the, let me get back to the agenda item, the resolution 20-21-45 for personnel with variable term waivers. And I thought there were 3 individuals on the list.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
All right.
3.
I don't want to leave anybody out there very nervous that they were missed.
No, I missed it. For a second, I thought the top row was the title row. Sorry.
Thank you, Trustee Mayo.
I would second that.
All right, motion by Trustee Mayo, second by Trustee Mason. Any discussion or questions? All right, we'll put that to a vote. Trustee Alas,
Yes.
Trustee Mason,
Yes.
Trustee Mayo,
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi,
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on to 11.0, reports and information. The first one, 11.1, is update on materials adoption calendar for California Department of Education, CDE. Dr. Clark.
Yeah, so we're very excited to bring this item forward tonight for information. You know, as you know, our curriculum is really at the foundation of our educational programs, and in order for that curriculum to stay current and to remain relevant, school boards and superintendents have to make choices in order to prioritize those as we go through our budgeting process and as we go through the review and adoption process. So tonight you're going to hear from Ms. Sachs, and you're also going to hear from Dr. Gonzalez, and they're going to do a short presentation on the adoption cycles and some information from the California Department of Education. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to Ms. Sachs, and I believe there's a presentation to go with this to the tech department.
Absolutely, there is. Thank you, Dr. Clark, President Cowan, trustees of Mount Diablo Unified. We are very excited to bring this forward. This has kind of been a long time coming. Mount Diablo's instructional materials situation is one that there's a lot of area of improvement. And so we'd like to share with you tonight about some thoughts and ideas about moving forward in a very positive way. Okay, next slide, please. So as Dr. Clark shared, instructional materials, especially standardized instructional materials that are addressing the most updated standards, are one of the most critical components in an instructional program. As we're working with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and as they've been interviewing 28 different focus groups, virtually visiting our classrooms, this has definitely come up as an area of growth, opportunity, and often concern. If we're looking at the 12 areas that CCEE is drilling down deep into, I believe if not every single one of these areas, but probably close to about 10 of them directly connect and have something to do with instructional materials. So this is something that we knew in the past was a concern. We know going into the future it's a concern. And as our teachers have been working in order to create instructional programs in this very challenging online environment, it is very difficult when we have materials that do not have a strong technological component. Next slide. So within those 12 components, the one area that really digs deep into the instructional materials is under curriculum development and support. And a couple of these bullets really speak the truth on what needs to happen in order to ensure we have a very strong instructional program and materials that address our students' need. The first bullet really talks about a coherent standards-aligned curriculum. Bullet 2 talks about providing equitable access for all learners and meeting their diverse needs. The third bullet is really focusing on stimulating rigorous instruction. And then the last bullet is really about a clearly articulated plan for our emerging bilingual students, making sure that they've got access to core content while they're acquiring English. Next slide. So how did we get kind of in this situation where we have materials that are so old? That's the only word I can really describe. We have the State Board of Education that up until when we hit the recession, which was of course the mid-2000s, we not only received lottery funds, but we also received specific textbook funds from the state of California that allowed us to be on a 7-year cycle. And that's really important. They actually monitored it. They ensured, that there was regulations with regards to that to make sure that we did not get into a circumstance where our content or our materials were ones that were very, very antiquated. With the recession and within those following years, there was a decision that was made by the state to allow districts to have flexibility with those dollars, because there was such a need based on districts really having a difficult time balancing their budget. So at that point, what they did was they did not identify specific funds for instructional materials. And what they said was, you do not need to be on a 7-year cycle. We will not be monitoring it. We will not be auditing it. It's a recommendation, but it's not something that we can hold you to because we've pulled the dollars away. In Mount Diablo's credit, they continue to actually throw in additional dollars, even at that point, along with the lottery funds, in order to help us continue with some type of adoption, but it definitely stalled in a lot of content areas. Then came the local control funding formula. And along with that, those rules did not change. It was a recommendation for instructional materials. As long as they said that you had a board adopted instructional materials, it was something where each year when we have our Williams review, and each time we have textbook sufficiency, we could check the box yes. To be perfectly transparent, many of our, there's certain areas where we do have instructional materials that are not aligned to the newest standards. And that's the area that we definitely need to improve. And we feel a sense of urgency on. What you're seeing here, I'm sorry, let me go back. So then the next step, unfortunately, as the district was identifying a structural deficit, at some point there was a decision made to pull back on even those additional dollars that the district put in. So at this point, the only funding that the district's utilizing for instructional materials and for adoption purposes is the lottery funds. It's very restricted. It cannot be used for other purposes. So that is what we are utilizing. Taking a look at the calendar that's on the slide in front of you, this is the state's adoption calendar. And of course, as they say, this schedule is subject to change. As you can imagine with the pandemic, some of the years are ones that they've been fluctuating a little bit. But if you take a look at it, and I wanted to highlight kind of how the adoption cycle starts at the state level. There's a framework start date where they really take a look at the framework, they take a look at the standards, what needs to be changed. They incorporate the voices of many teachers, administrators, experts across the community to make sure that it is updated appropriately. We actually have Mount Diablo staff that's involved in this work in the area of mathematics, which is very, very exciting to be there on the ground floor. It's brought to the State Board of Education, which is the next column. That is the estimated date that they believe it's going to move forward. And then there's an instructional materials start date where they actually put out the framework and the expectations for materials out there to publishers. And they say, okay, send us your best. Send us what you think is really going to be addressing these standards in the framework. Publishers bring it in. And then the last column is the instructional materials adoption date. And that's when the state of California comes out with their list recommending materials for K through 8. High school, it's a lot more open. There's a lot more choice there, but there's even a list for the high school level about things that they do recommend. So I wanted to show this latest schedule because really intuitively, we think we would start at the top, the framework for where language started, and then there's an adoption date. We've got materials, we should be locked and loaded. We can look at the top down, but there's also a consideration with the bottom up. Our science materials are so antiquated. So looking at what's the oldest that we have in the district and working our way up is also a way we can look at this calendar. So as we begin making plans working into the future, we know science is an area of need. We know mathematics at the elementary level is an area of need. There are many, many areas of needs in our system. History, social science is one, but that's kind of, where we get in this conundrum. We have needs all over. We have certain frameworks that are just starting to get reviewed. If you take a look at the PE framework, for example, they've just started in 2021. Mathematics just started. They're going to get new adoptions in November 2023. So adopting now when we've got new materials coming up, that's a consideration. So this schedule is incredibly important for planning purposes. Next slide. As I've been mentioning, again, fully being transparent and full disclosure, we do have adoptions that are very, very old. We've got some middle school language arts that was last adopted officially in 2002, middle school science 2007, and the list goes on. This is just a very short list. We have a full list on our website of all of our board adopted instructional materials, but I just want to make note of that comment at the very bottom. We have district provided supplemental materials or school sites have identified instructional materials in order to mitigate some of the impact of not having updated standards-based or board adopted core materials. One area is we have a couple sites that are utilizing Eureka Math in order to supplement the elementary. We have the ERWC, otherwise known as expository reading and writing curriculum at our high school level that's been used. We have learning for justice and social studies standards some new curriculum that's been shared as free source, shared by Tony Thurman from the state level, that's been shared with teachers. So just because we don't have the very large, moving forward with huge adoption, we have been able, and it's very time consuming, and I'm acknowledging that. It's for the Ed Services team as well as the classroom teachers. They have been pulling together bits and pieces in order to make sure standards are being addressed. Next slide. So really what we'd like to do to move forward is we feel at this point the lottery funds are not enough in order to cover the consumable textbooks that we currently have, in order to backfill when books are lost, in order to do all of those things. We need to identify an assigned area within our budget in order to move forward with this, as well as start taking a look at an adoption calendar. Where does it make the most sense based on the State Board of Education calendar I just shared with you? We have areas of urgency all over, so it's just where does it make sense to start first? And I'm now going to hand over the presentation to our CBO, Dr. Lisa Gonzalez.
Thank you. So next slide, please. So what we tried to do is we tried to lay out a little bit of what this could look like, and we're going to share some numbers now. So we've really run the back end components of what adoptions would cost. Right now, we do have restricted lottery funds and unrestricted lottery funds that we do receive. The unrestricted lottery funds right now cover staff, and the restricted lottery funds that we do have available year to year is somewhere in the $1.7 million range. So as we move into the next slide, what you're going to see is if we're just using that for replacements right now for things that students are losing, or certain school sites where we've got new programs, you can clearly see that it's not going to be able to cover it. And likewise, we are able to tap into some of the local control funding formula, but because our budget is so tight, in order to start allocating for instructional materials, we would have to take away from someplace else. So we have some basic assumptions here that we wanted to share, some ballpark numbers, and then we'll get into an explanation of how that's broken down. But for example, if AP Computer Science, so if the AP program, if they decided that computer science is an instructional program that they were going to update the materials on, for the best interest of our students, we would have to upgrade those materials. So if we were going to do a class like AP Science across the district, AP Computer Science, excuse me, we'd be looking at about $75,000. A smaller adoption, let's say German, that might be $700,000 across the district. But when you start really going large scale into adoptions like elementary math, where you're looking at transitional kindergarten all the way through 5th grade, you're really getting into the millions of dollars. And so you might be asking, where do these numbers come from? What we do, and what's sort of a going rate here in the Bay Area, because I did check with a dozen school districts and everybody's using about the same amount, is when you start making your calculations on what an adoption is going to run you, you use a number of about $175 per student. Now, this covers a whole host of materials. So it's not just the materials for that individual student. It's the materials for the student. We have a practice of making sure that there's a copy at home and something in the classroom. So we do have to, look at about an additional 20% of the materials to have that additional copy. We've got all the teachers' materials that go with it, and those teachers' editions can be, up in the thousands of dollars just for one. And we also like to make sure that our resource teachers definitely have a copy of the grade levels for which they are interacting. So when you start looking at this in our elementary grades especially, a lot of those have consumables, which means that when we're purchasing, we are purchasing, and we are also getting all the materials that will be, the students will be working in workbooks, and those workbooks will not be able to be used year after year. And so those are some of what you replace. And so really what we use is, we use a number of about $190, give or take. And what we're doing right now in our calculations that you're going to see in the next chart is that that's as of the 21-22 school year. And then every year beyond that, we are increasing that by an additional 5%, not because our enrollment is changing, but because we know that the prices are going to increase year after year. And so if we waited 2 years, let's say, to do a science adoption, while we may not need as many of those consumables long term, what we are going to need is, we're going to need all of the materials and those are going to be more expensive in out years. The one thing that we have done in all of our calculations is, despite the fact that we are a declining enrollment district, we are, at least for the sake of this, keeping our enrollment steady. Because if we're looking at typical declining enrollment of about 240 kids across the district, when we're looking at the impacts to certain grade levels, it doesn't make a huge difference. So let's go to the next slide real quickly. And I want to show you what this could look like over a 4-year period of time. So again, we used our enrollment numbers, and this is approximately what they are right now. Plus, we looked at an additional amount of 20% more for the books that we have to have in classrooms. And when we start taking a look at that, we multiply all of these figures, at least in the 21-22 column, by the $190 per student. And you see, if we were going to do an elementary core adoption, we were going to do 2 of them at the secondary level. And the reason for secondary is because, again, our materials are extremely old. And on top of that, secondary can handle 2 different adoptions if you're saying, if you're doing, for example, science and language arts, because you're typically not going to have at the secondary level the same teachers who are trying to learn an adoption because they're teaching those 2 subjects. So if we were to lay this out and do some estimates, and in the first school year ahead of us, taking a look at 1 core for elementary and 2 for secondary, and then 1 the following year taking a look at world language. And what we did was we took a look at the numbers pretty much across the district as far as what we currently would need based on what we have now. We're looking at another $1.6 million. If the 3rd year out, we were to bring in another one of those elementary core subjects, we'd be looking at approximately another 3.8 million. And then in the 4th year, we would be looking at another core subject for secondary, whatever that might be, to the tune of about $4 million. And so what you can see here is, if we're bringing in restricted lottery funds to the tune of about 1.7 million a year, it makes it very difficult for us to really dedicate and focus on the instructional needs that we have for students if we don't start moving down the road toward either some reductions that allow us to free up some funds, or some assignments, perhaps with some of the one-time funds that we are getting. So that's, if we could advance to the next slide, please. Jen, you want to tackle this one? You want me to do that?
I can do it. So really what we're wanting to move forward with is to create a designated assignment in the multi-year projection for materials adoption. This is something where, we can get very creative with the funding we currently have, but it is something that, moving forward, in order to attack this massive project of making sure that we have high quality materials in the hands of our students, we need to begin planning and making sure that we've got the funding available to do so. The funding recommendation would be that second bullet of what it would take, rather than trying to go to publishers, across the nation and trying to estimate based on all of that, utilizing what other CBOs and other districts do use for this assigned budget. And then scheduling a type of calendar, working with the curriculum and instruction team, the department chairs, teacher leads, as well as the principals, to determine, okay, where does it make the most sense to start? Again, thinking about the State Board of Education calendar, that if there's a framework that's just about done right now, that makes some sense, because we'll have instructional materialists maybe, with next year, very, very close to it. If we have something that's very, very, very far down the line, we have to think about, where does it make the most sense to start? And also, we've got some areas that are significantly and have an urgent need. And I do have to say, areas of science is one that continues to come up. But there's other content areas that, would probably feel the same way, that they are in desperate times themselves. So we just wanted to share enough. It's something that we've been wanting to bring to the board, wanting to open up a discussion on, and have you kind of hear from us about what we're working on behind the scenes. And we appreciate your attention this evening.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I will open it up to trustee comments and questions. I see Trustee Mason. Go ahead.
I just have a couple of questions. Would it be possible for the board to get a list of what texts we have from the oldest to the newest, and how many of, when we're buying that text, how many we buy, because clearly we wouldn't buy as much for a German class as we would for math classes because everybody needs it. And that would kind of give us a jumping off start, realizing that we don't want to go only by oldest, because while I'm not an educator, I can make a pretty good guess that science changes faster than the English language. So that would probably be somewhere where we could make those kind of adjustments. But it would be helpful to me if I had like an idea. And my last question would be, is there a typical number, Ms. Sachs, that you usually have books before they're needed to be renewed again? Is it usually 3 years, 5 years? What is the typical?
Usually it's about 7 or 8 years that you keep them. And the great thing about it is we're pretty stiff negotiators here at Mount Diablo. So generally we don't have to pay in 1 year. And actually Lisa was surprised about that. Usually we are such a great customer that we usually can get them to put us on a payment plan. So sometimes we pay over 3 years, but really those materials are meant to be utilized for 7. So we'll get the free stuff for 7 years. Let's say if there's workbooks or an online digital license or something of that nature.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Others?
May I
Trustee
speak?
Mayo.
I'm excited to see this. I've been hoping that it would come forward over the many years. And I appreciate the fact that you've laid out the enrollment numbers and the you've worked to predict the number of books for each one of the adoptions. It's going to be a very generic, number. It's going to change over time or during the specificity of the year. I'm glad you're mentioning the consumables, because those are an important piece along with many of the instructional materials and the adoptions. One question that comes up repeatedly is, why don't we just go use virtual online textbooks? And if you could clarify that. My understanding is, even though we would move to the virtual online textbooks, the publishers still charge us a similar amount.
That is true. They are, they're very altruistic, but they're also an actual business. So they do end up, it's usually then they go, okay, we'll give you this for free, but you're buying all of this other stuff, or they do kind of this back and forth. What's also important to know is, up until the pandemic, we could not assure that every student had access to a device in order to access an online, an online book or something of that nature. And as we found, we gave out a ton of devices, but it did not guarantee that students had access to consistent Wi-Fi access. So there's this, it makes a lot of sense. And I appreciate the community bringing it forward, because we often do, but there are these nuances between, that's a great option, but when the internet goes down or the device breaks, or, we're already paying for the materials anyways, along with the license, we get the whole package where we have the print as well as the digital. And I think that's also really important to know, that moving forward, it's really going to be critical that we take a look at both when we're looking at materials, and not just the print and the paper.
And how many of the adoptions now have a parent component that's available online for parents?
That's a great question, Trustee Mayo. And the last 2 major ones, I would call them jumbos. We had secondary math when about 2015, 16, and then we had elementary English language arts, ELD, and that was 2017. And they did have parent components. We're given the right codes. Parents can go on and they can look at the materials online. So I know as we were launching into this distance learning, those were areas that people felt like, oh, they were things, and the curriculum department were able to push that out. And here are links, and here's resources and all of that, because they were more current. And so they did have that online access, as well as copies that could be made for parents that needed that form of communication.
I appreciate the comments about the virtual textbooks, but I also know individuals who need to actually feel the paper, to turn the page. And that's important for many students that have sensory needs, or, like you said, whose internet connection goes down. So I would be cautious about moving away from print copy totally to a virtual adoption, because I think, we have a need for both across the district. So thank you. I'm excited and looking forward to further reports on this.
Trustee Alice.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Ms. Sachs and Dr. Gonzalez. I have a question about, we mentioned how science is often something that needs to get replaced often. What other criteria parameters are there to prioritize what subjects, areas of books get replaced first?
Well, and that's where there's the dialogue, there's the advocacy, as well as the State Board of Education calendar. So taking a look, the world language, their new instructional material list supposed to be coming out this fall. That could be a place to start, but those are actually not as old material, even though my world language teachers, I know we need updated materials. So just know that I'm hearing you in my head right now, but thinking about those materials versus the science materials, which are a couple years older possibly, and the NGSS is so incredibly different when it comes to what you need to focus on with regards to the content. World language, absolutely, those standards have been updated, but when you're comparing about the significant change between the world language standards and NGSS did not exist prior to them being adopted by the state of California. Those are part of the, those are pieces of the conversation that we're going to have. And then the expense and what the funding's available and all of that. So it is certainly not an easy conversation because we want to do everything all at once, but making sure that we have the bandwidth to do it all appropriately and the time that makes sense within the budget that's allowed. So not a real clear answer, Trustee Alas, but it is something where those are all considerations that we do take a look at and we think about as we move forward into any type of adoption.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I wonder if we should also consider looking at student achievement in that particular area in our district. If it's lacking in a particular subject area, curriculum might be a piece of that. And so that might bump up, might be something we should consider in terms of criteria as far as what is the most urgent.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. And I have one last question. I'm assuming the answer is yes for this question, but just to double check. Replacement of textbooks in Windon, it's always sweeping right across the district. So like every high school at the same time, every middle school at the same time gets the textbook replaced. Okay,
yes.
That's what I thought.
Years and years and years ago, there was kind of a offshoot point in time where schools were able to kind of choose what they wanted, how they wanted. And I got to tell you, personally speaking, in systems that have done that, there's some challenges with consistency now, but you can imagine what it is when you had half the district on utilizing some materials and half the district using others. And so that would be our intention, is to have everybody launch, because that also helps with professional development. We get all the teachers together, they work with the publisher reps, they all understand the components that they're working with. And then we have, let's say, a couple-week check-in. How's it going? So that's all much more coordinated and coherent if we do it all as a system rather than kind of one-offs at different times.
Got it. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Alas. Other comments, questions? Trustee McFerrin?
Yes. I would just like to piggyback off of Trustee Mayo's comment about physical books. And I just think, especially kind of in distance learning and so much screen time, I think it's really great to offer students a physical book as an alternative to reading so much on a screen, which might change by the time we get to actual textbook adoption, but I just think it should be a consideration.
It certainly is. And it is something, as we were looking at different things that were coming down. And of course, publishers love us because of the size of the district and everything. And so we're constantly getting information. We only zero in on print and digital. We feel that combination, especially right now, is absolutely just so incredibly important. So we don't want to lose the print. I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Trustee Nzeri? Oh, go ahead, Trustee Mayo.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Trustee
Nzeri. I was going to keep going on that thought. So this may have to do with because so many of the textbooks are outdated. I mean, they're so old, but my own daughter, like last year or this year, we've not cracked a textbook. We brought them home, but we haven't cracked them. Do you have any sense whether it's because of the age or are teachers just utilizing other curriculum that's not related to the textbooks that we have?
You know, it's a complicated answer to the question. I think we roll back to the textbook is a tool. The textbook is not the standards. The standards are adopted by the state of California. We have a scope and sequence at our core for our core content in elementary as well as secondary that really shows, like, based on either trimester or quarterly, these are the different targets and standards we want teachers to work on. And then layered on top of that are our tools and our materials. So I think in a way that, you know, the textbook's there as a support, but really the instruction is on the standards. So it's utilized in order to teach the standards. It's not the full curriculum. And that is definitely was a shift once we started with the standards. When I started teaching, I said, Mom, what am I doing? My mom was a very experienced teacher. She goes, you got your key, find a teacher's edition and find a student textbook and just focus on that. And that's what it'll tell you what to teach. Now it's very, very different. The standards are the standards. They're very student-centered with regards to what does the student need to do, not what the teacher needs to teach, if that makes any sense. So I think the example you gave, some of the teachers really utilize that textbook. They pull the things out that are really connected to the standards. Some of our textbooks are still standard aligned. They're still relevant. But in your situation, it might be that the teacher's really focusing on the standards and just pulling in those supplementals in order to make sure that those standards are met.
So is it possible, as we go through this process, that in the future, because we don't have to purchase textbooks, it could be more the materials that supplement and enhance the curriculum, whatever it is that a possibility? Like if we in that direction?
My apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's
So
okay.
what some districts have done is they have a district adopted scope and sequence, and they've done exactly that. What the State Board of Education does ask is, do we have sufficient textbooks in order to teach the standards at large for, let's say, that content, that particular grade level? What's also really important is that we are attesting when we adopt textbooks or we adopt materials, if we want to use that word in place of textbooks, that we know that they're inclusive. We know that they are addressing diverse learning needs. In our situation, we know that they possibly come in other languages because we've got dual language programs as well as our district. So the state generally has a toolbox that if we go off script and we decide we don't want to do, let's say, a packaged adoption, we need to do our due diligence by what materials we do provide, that we can check the boxes to say, yes, we have done a true vetting of them. I know that they are a balanced program. They're going to support our students and teachers. And then that would be something we would bring to the board for approval.
So it sounds like it could be harder, but it's definitely possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's such a great point. That that there are materials beyond textbooks, and even the online options also increase inclusivity in terms of people being able to read texts. Being able to change the font size and things like that to address different learning styles and learning needs. So thank you. Go ahead.
I just one more question, I think. We haven't started, I understand, but how do we go about vetting our options? Like you don't have a plan today, but what would go into that?
Well, we've been discussing this for years, honestly. I mean, again, full disclosure, I'm just letting it all out that we've actually been really pushing and trying to kind of, have that door open over the last several years. So we've got all sorts of individuals that are poised and ready, wanting to talk about materials and not textbooks specifically. So the first step would be to convene the curriculum and instruction team in order to determine who needs to be part of the discussions moving forward. And there are classroom instructors. We also sometimes engage, different parents. We absolutely get their input as we're going through an adoption when we've identified some materials that we want to work with. We've utilized a lot of different methods by which to pilot materials. Usually what it is, once we zero in and we know that they check all the boxes, as we've said, whether or not it's a full-blown massive, let's say Houghton Mifflin, they're very well known, something really packaged or something very tailored, something more maybe supplemental in nature rather than something that's really textbook heavy. We spent a lot of time reviewing them as a collaborative team across the district, making sure all groups are represented. And then we identify usually 2. And then what happens from there is we have, let's say, elementary teachers, let's say elementary math, for example. We've got a core group of pilot teachers that do option A. We have a core group of pilot teachers do option B. They do it for, let's say, a quarter. Sometimes it's, just 8 weeks or so, it's trimester. And then we have them flip. So then they can really in their head think about, okay, these 2 things, I mean, how do they really compare to one another? And then we bring it in, and then it's a very lively dialogue over, what do we end up deciding on as a system. That is a very large jumbo type of activity. Sometimes it's very nimble, very, very small. Let's say the AP computer science. I think we have 3 teachers in the district. So usually they're the ones that I've identified some materials, they're bringing it in. They spend the day together, talking about it. We push it out for feedback, we bring it back, and it goes to the board pretty quickly. So that's generally what the process is going to be, but I do know that we need to really bring a core group together of stakeholders to take a look at the different content areas to determine where do we begin.
Trustee Mason.
To Trustee Nzewi's point, though, when you get to that adoption, as it used to be way back when, I don't know how it's changed, and you're looking at things to try, that would be if the publishers don't charge us for, I'm assuming they don't charge us for reviewing theirs because they want us to buy it. That would be a time where we could have a mix of, this is one that's or traditional textbook. This is one that's different. This is one that's bringing in more different things. And then the teachers and the parents and everybody reviews it. They could say, well, this is the one that we think meets our needs. But it would be
a great point.
Yeah.
Great point. And actually that happened with the high school math. We had 2 that ended up, and one was very different than the other. The one that was there was it was addressing a new standards, but it was a lot more comfortable because it was a bit more traditional than the other one, which was very innovative, very investigative. It was very hands-on. It was very different. And the team decided, I mean, it was again, very lively conversation. They decided they wanted the one that was a little bit more comfortable, I think. And so, but it was interesting because out of all the ones, they chose the 2 that were maybe the most different. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. Trustee Mayo, were you?
So I'm just curious if parents can serve on the committees, either throughout the process or perhaps at the end of it. Of course, parents would be involved if their teachers choose to be part of the pilot programs for the textbooks. They would be observing it at that point.
Absolutely. They have been in the past, Trustee Mayo. And we always, prior to anything, we bring back always the materials twice to a board meeting, and they're always available, usually physically at Willow Creek, as well as here at the district office if parents want to put their little hands on it and feel the paper and see the materials. But in the past, we have had at the very bookends, we've had them part of let's take a look at materials. What do we need to understand about how parents want to access it, as well as, hey, this is kind of what we're zeroing in on. Any thoughts or ideas beyond the students, parents that are actually engaging in the materials.
And is there student feedback as well?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It was fantastic with the math and the English language arts. The students' information is always great because we leave it pretty open-ended, and they keep it very honest about what they liked about it, what they didn't like about it. And, so yes, they do provide a lot of great insight.
And there have been times when we've had minority reports from the committees when they're recommending curriculum. So it's important to understand how seriously folks take this work in choosing curriculum, and the difference of opinions, and the voices have been allowed to come forward from the curriculum committees. So I've always appreciated that when we've gone through our curriculum adoptions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate this topic being brought forward to the board. It's definitely something that is, curriculum adoption is part of our responsibility. So really being able to see exactly where we're at, straightforward and honestly, and seeing how to make that path forward. I know a couple of years ago, I was able to sit in on the NGSS time training with you, Ms. Sachs, and middle school teachers that were learning from the County Office of Ed exactly how to do what Trustee Nzewi was saying. How do you assess curriculum based on, first learning about NGSS, the Next Generation Science Standards, what those are and what they mean, but then also looking at our diverse population and making sure that any curriculum that we adopt is going to work for all of those different students and different learning styles. So it's really great to be able to see how a process like that works, including the pilot piece and all of that. So to me, I think you make a good point about NGSS and science, that needs to be a priority because next generation science standards are so different than what our traditional science textbooks provide. And so I think that our teachers have been very creative and very innovative in working with each other to use materials that exist out there to meet the NGSS standards. But for us to be able to adopt a full NGSS curriculum would be incredible. And I don't know if there are also open source resources for that. I know I had heard of CK12 as a free online textbook resource. I'm not sure what our teachers feel about that particular resource and the quality of it. But I know it's a nonprofit, so now it's not a profit-seeking organization that's providing it. And I've heard also at the state level, discussions about providing more open source, free, actual standards aligned materials. So I hope that we, stay up to date on that and take advantage of that where we can as well. And I was also excited about the teachers that brought up robotics and the UC Davis opportunities where they actually have a curriculum that combines math, computer science, and robotics. And from what they are showing, it looks like students are not only more engaged with math because they're engaging directly with robotics, and that's more interesting than straightforward math, but also really scoring much higher in math itself as a result. So I would say math is also a priority in my mind in terms of looking at what our current scores are in the district and the need to improve them, and whether something like the UC Davis curriculum or others out there that we now might have access to could be a solution to that. It'll be interesting to see what CCEE recommends along those lines as well. And lastly, I did want to say, I've also been hearing from parents about our social science and history curriculum and just the lack of inclusion and true representation of all people in our old textbooks, frankly. I was really impressed with Tony Thurman's, with the CDE's presentation with the organization ing.org. And how they provide, they'll bring, and they do it for free, they'll provide speakers to teachers to come into classrooms to speak with students. And they have what looks like some incredible resources and materials to educate people about Islam, the Muslim religion, and to try to really make sure that all of our students feel safe and comfortable in our schools and in our communities, frankly, that those are things that we need to be infusing sooner rather than later into our curriculum. So even if we don't have a full traditional textbook adoption very quickly, I think things like that are things that we could promote and infuse along with the Learning for Justice, social justice standards. And a lot of those things out there are free. And it seems to me that if we as a board and as a district adopt those maybe more formally, that would ensure teachers having access to those materials. I don't know what other trustees have comments on that.
I would love that. Like, I feel like we don't have to wait. We may have to wait to officially adopt something that's on the state's recommendations, but as you point out, we don't have to wait. I feel like there's a lot of wisdom and practice within our own district from teachers who utilize other tools that are more inclusive of everyone. not just race, ethnicity, culture, LGBTQIA, just everything, and incorporating all of that into our history, or well, not just history, but incorporating all of that into our curriculum. I would concur that we don't have to wait, and I would be eager to help us as a board identify things we can adopt without much or if any money, and just providing the tools for the teachers to utilize them.
Right. Yeah, I have a message from a sixth grade student, a parent of a sixth grade student, who said just recently there were references to Muslims in the history book that are inaccurate and or negative in tone. They spoke to the principal about lessons in equity and ethnic studies, and the principal's response was the district has not adopted any curriculum on this subject. So yeah, I think that's a very good point. Trustee Ellis.
I had a quick question about these supplementary materials that can be used for culturally responsive teaching mechanisms. I was going to take the example of my English class last year, where my teacher had to fundraise, even use some out-of-pocket money to purchase class sets of Homegoing by Ya Jesse. So these, supplementary materials and books that aren't textbooks and that aren't under the curriculum established by the state, that wouldn't be taken from the same budget, from these same funds, right? That would be a separate effort.
That's a really good question, because that would be like high school language arts, which on the slide presentation shows was adopted in 2000, but they don't have a textbook that, like, an English teacher doesn't use a textbook, right? So
right. Yeah, like
do we as a district decide what books our English teachers are using in high school?
There is a supplemental novel list it is also quite old. So it could, I don't know how else to say it. It is something where I know that schools have actually kind of added to their own lists. Trustee Alas kind of shared a situation where the school site decided, you know what, it's important that the teacher always works with the families in the classroom. And that's generally the way it's gone. If there's a new book that they want to add to there as a novel, something to read, something of that nature, they go by way of making sure it's incorporated within the syllabi as a supplemental material. And that's something that is, a practice done across the district, but we do have a core list as we do look at materials for secondary English language arts, as well as English language development. We don't want to forget that as well. We will be looking at any type of core adopted novel list. Now, again, it's really important to also highlight novels are not the only thing that high school kids and English teachers utilize. And Ms. Trustee McFerrin, I know, this is something that's really important as we look at what as adults, what we read. It's quite a bit of informational text, quite a bit. And actually on the assessments as we get older, 70% of how students are assessed is informational text, a lot less literacy. So as you go in with the little ones, it's a lot, it's literature, and then suddenly it goes informational as they go up into the grades. So all really good questions, thoughts, and ideas that we will definitely be looking at moving forward.
Is that supplemental novel list like on the website somewhere, where like, is it in the same place as the list of adopted
No, I'd have to look at it. Let me look at it and to make sure that it's there and available. I'm not sure. I do know the adopted materials list is, because it is something that we are legally supposed to have for the public, but I can look into that.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Didn't know, Trustee McFerrin, if you want to speak from on that last topic there.
No, I can't think of anything to add, but thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Trustee Mayo.
Yes, I do think it's important for us to consider the numbers and look to the enrollment numbers when we're ordering textbooks. We know that there are requirements under the Williams Acts where every student is supposed to have access to the curricular materials. And the older, the more dated an adoption is, the harder it is to locate copies of the textbooks for our students. So when a textbook is 10 or 15 years out of date, we may have trouble identifying enough of or purchasing enough textbooks from other districts or other sources to meet those Williams Act requirements. With the unique materials that you've also been talking about, my concern was how we ensure consistency across the district. And if everything is online, how do we assure that it's not being changed during the course of a year or the course of 2 years without a review by our curriculum committees? Now, that change could be very positive, but it could also be that something that was omitted would be very relevant to our community, and people would feel very passionate about it. There are probably examples where some of us who are older more mature, can recall instances where pieces of literature or mentions of artists or people of importance has been eliminated from a more recent textbook because there's just not enough room to include it in every generation of the textbook. So those are just something that I will be thinking about as we look at everything that's virtual or what do I want to say, standalone pieces of curriculum versus the more traditional textbook adoption. And I value both. I just want to make sure that I'm considering all of the different aspects.
Thank you, Trustee Mayo. Other questions, comments? So in terms of next steps, it sounds like we would get a proposal coming back that takes into account some of the discussion that we've had here tonight and looks at how to prioritize the different subjects and as well as how to budget what line item to be able to put into our budget to start planning for these things. Hopefully that would include also the types of things that we can do that might be free at this point, like changing the supplemental novel list. Not that that's free if you have to purchase the novels, but making the decisions about where we hope to be and what free materials can be accessed sooner rather than later on some of these issues. I know that with some districts, they do have a board committee on like a subcommittee on curriculum so that they meet more often and can put together that proposal that then comes to the full board. So that's also, I think, something to consider, and I would love to hear from each of the board members what you think about that going forward as well. Okay.
Sounds like a great idea.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you very much. We will move on in our meeting for tonight. Much appreciated. Thank you for all of the information, Ms. Sachs. All right. So 11.2, review the increase and decrease of classified personnel full-time equivalent FTE for the 2020-2021 school year.
And that'll be Dr. Rubio.
Good evening again. I have this for you for your information tonight, as we usually do, showing the increases and decreases as we process changes in FTE.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions or comments? Okay, and likewise 11.3, increase and decrease of certificated personnel FTE for 2020-2021 school year.
Yes, thank you. Similar item, but for certificated personnel for the board's information.
Thank you. So this is informational. Any other comments or questions on this one? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so moving on to 12.0 board member reports. Who would like to start? Let's see. Trustee McFerrin, would you like to go first?
Yes, I can. All right, good evening, everyone. I would like to start by letting everyone know that this year Spread the Word will be March 3rd, which is 1 week from today. This is a yearly event that was conceptualized by two youth leaders back in 2009. and it was originally called Spread the Word to End the Word. It was intended to address the R word, an outdated word that unfairly and unkindly targets people who have special needs, such as intellectual and developmental disabilities. In its first 10 years, leaders and self-advocates collected millions of pledges from people who made a personal commitment to end the R word by removing it from their vocabularies. This is something that I did several years ago when I found out about it. And each person that signs the pledge acknowledges the harm caused by the R word and promises to be respectful in both words and actions directed at people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The effort gained support from the Special Olympics and Best Buddies and many other advocacy organizations. With this support, the campaign grew from a small number of events in 2009 to an involvement of thousands of schools by 2018. In their own words, the leaders of this event state, "We think the world would be better if everyone were included. Around the world, exclusion and discrimination continue to divide people with and without intellectual and developmental disabilities. We are changing that with grassroots action for inclusion. That's Spread the Word." In 2019, Spread the Word to End the Word developed into Spread the Word. Along with a change in name, a new goal was adopted. The focus expanded beyond eliminating the R word to the creation of a new reality, inclusion for all people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I want to encourage everyone who's interested to make a pledge and to do your part in creating a more inclusive community here in MDUSD and beyond. If you're interested in doing this or would like more information, please go to spreadtheword.global. I would also like to share that several and perhaps all of our elementary schools are holding readathons. I was pleased to make a donation to my second grade neighbors fundraising effort for Westwood, and I hope that many other kids are participating. For anyone who is interested, I hope that you can find a student to support with a per hour or a flat rate donation. Funds raised will help pay for classroom supplies, instructional materials and programs, equipment, and furniture. On Monday evening, I attended the Budget Advisory Committee meeting. Dr. Gonzalez shared data with the group regarding enrollment projections. We also looked at information related to the number of students who live in each school's attendance area. And then from that number, how many were enrolled in their neighborhood school, the number of students enrolled who live outside the attendance area, and the number of students who are enrolled in other attendance area schools. We also discussed textbook adoption costs and timing and technology and online curriculum with a focus on the benefits and potential challenges of becoming a one-to-one ratio for Chromebooks for students. There were also a couple of requests from the group to see data related to layoffs. And so I expect that this will be a topic that will be more thoroughly addressed and discussed in an upcoming meeting, which I really look forward to hearing about. And then this is perhaps the news that I'm most excited to share. Within the last week or so, vaccination appointments became available to education workers. And so with the advice of my union and with a tremendous amount of effort and luck on my side, I was able to book an appointment for my first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. So on Saturday, I went to the Coliseum to get my shot. I want to sincerely thank OES, which is the California Office of Emergency Services, and FEMA for their incredible professionalism. I also want everyone to know that I had a little bit of soreness in my arm where I received my vaccine, but that was it. I was okay and very, very grateful to be able to get vaccinated. I'm very excited to see many education workers, including teachers and school staff, reporting that they too have booked appointments or received their first dose. I do want people to know that it can be a challenge to book an appointment and that I'm happy to share any tips or advice that I can with our education workers in MDUSD. Please just email me or DM me or whatever, and I'd be happy to help if I can. This week marks my 4th week working from campus in my role as a teacher. In my district, we're still in distance learning and will not be starting hybrid until we've reached the red tier and have been there for several days. So working on campus has really helped me see firsthand what a school campus prepared for in-person learning in the pandemic looks like. So when I arrive on campus, I see signage letting people know that masks are required. There are arrows painted onto the concrete to designate that every walkway is a one-way route. Every outdoor bench has an oval or more painted onto it to show where students can sit while maintaining 6 feet of distance from each other. My classrooms are outfitted with hand sanitizer dispensers and paper towels, and also signage about procedures. There are fewer desks than there were before, and they're spaced 6 feet apart to, again, allow for physical distancing between students. There's painter's tape on the floor near the whiteboard in my desk so that once students are with me in my classroom, there's a clear boundary between them and me. And so seeing these things has really helped me, you know, just think about what we're doing in our district to prepare. And so thinking about that, I've been thinking about how online learning is not new. And the truth is that if I wanted to teach online, I probably would have gotten a job with an online school, and I didn't. And I know that there are a lot of teachers in our district who feel like I do. And for brand new and veteran teachers alike, there's been a really steep learning curve this year. Emotions are running so high that I think it's really easy for overworked and overextended parents to remember that your kids' teachers love your kids. They might even call your child's class my kids when they're speaking about them, like I do when I'm speaking about my students. I want to acknowledge that we know that some students are doing incredibly well with distance learning, but that many students are finding it incredibly difficult. And so while I'm so excited to meet my students who've selected a hybrid model in person, once we start the hybrid, I just want to comment that the appearance of the campus, even without students, makes it clear that in-person school in a hybrid model won't necessarily solve most of the problems that we're facing, such as social isolation and a need for more individualized academic support. And unfortunately, some of the concerns that are so pressing in education right now are exacerbated by distance learning, but they're not, in fact, new. I am hopeful that our district bargaining team in Medea will come up with an MOU for hybrid learning soon. I also hope that the negotiations and work with the schedule by our site admin teams create better opportunities for students and for parents, in particular working parents and parents with inflexible work schedules. I do want to caution parents to not oversell in-person learning in the pandemic, and perhaps until we've reached herd immunity, it seems likely that school won't look or feel like it did up until a year ago. That said, I understand that offering an in-person option to our students and families as soon as we can is of paramount importance. As someone who's doubly invested in this effort by serving in 2 districts, I want to see for myself that our schools are safe. I saw firsthand last school year at the school site where I worked in our district that they hadn't improved cleaning protocols in a way that was visible to me, did not make cleaning supplies available to teachers, and at times did not have soap in the bathrooms. This same issue, a lack of soap in student bathrooms, was mentioned in an emailed public comment from a College Park student just 2 weeks ago. I don't believe in sacrificing safety for expediency in reopening our campuses for in-person instruction. And to that end, I plan on visiting school campuses next week, and I will be sharing as much information as I can or providing any advice that is helpful to our school site teams and to Dr. Clark. Thank you for listening, and that is all I have to share tonight.
Thank you, Trustee McFerrin. Trustee Mason.
I will be very brief. I attended the DLAC meeting last week, excuse me, and Dr. Clark did a fabulous job of addressing parents' concerns and answering their questions. And I had an opportunity to hear some other parent voices last week and this evening. And I just want to say to all of the parents that we hear that you're frustrated. We understand it. We are frustrated as well, but please don't give up on us and don't stop speaking up. I have no problem listening to their concerns, reading their letters. I try to answer. The only letters I won't answer are ones that have to do with negotiations, because we have a team that does that. But yeah, we're with you, and we're gonna get through this. And I thank all the parents who take the time to come and share their thoughts and concerns with us. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Trustee Mayo.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about some of my activities for the last couple of weeks. Like Mrs. Mason, I attended the District Learner Advisory Committee meeting, and it was well attended, and folks were quite willing to make comments and provide input. I attended the Budget Advisory Committee meeting on Monday as an observer, because the board has 2 other official speaking members and representatives to that committee. And individuals are always welcome to attend those meetings, including District Learner Advisory Committee meeting and the CAC, so that you understand more of the perspectives across the district. The other event that I attended was the Mount Diablo Education Foundation, and I hope that everyone has noticed the Give 10 donation campaign that we have held during the month of February. It's been exciting to see the messages that have gone out on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, as well as parents sharing that across the different social mediums. And it has really paid off because currently we're at over $11,000 in donations with over 280 individual donors that we may not have had contact with before. So through the promotion of the campaign, we are gaining more support for the district, and parents are acknowledging that their students have experienced the chalk art or the Mosaic manipulatives or the Project Lead the Way science curriculum or other programs that we've been offering as support for programs and students across the Mount Diablo School District. So I want to thank everyone who's contributed. And if you can't afford to contribute, please just share the social media because that helps us a lot as well. I'm also involved with the Contra Costa Science and Engineering Fair. And this is the fair for grades 7 through 12. That's the gateway fair to the state competition and the international competition for the seniors, as well as the broadband competition for 7th and 8th graders. To compete at the higher levels, you have to go through a county science fair. And this is the one that happens for our side of Contra Costa County. Right now, we are recruiting judges. And in particular, I need judges who have experience and a keen interest in biology and math and computer science. I know John Ferrante is listening, so John, we need more of you. If you're interested in being a judge, the day is March 12th. It is a full day from 8 to 5 p.m. We will keep you entertained and you will be thoroughly engaged and in discussions with colleagues who share your interest in a particular category of science. There are 6 categories that judges get to select from. If you're interested, please just type CCC SEF into your browser and the Contra Costa County Science and Engineering Fair will come up immediately. And once you're on the website, click on volunteer-judges. It's one of the web pages and you'll find the link. Thank you very much. And I hope you'll be able to join us on March 12th. It's a really exciting experience.
Thank you so much, Trustee Mayo. And yeah, I would recommend to anyone who's interested to be a judge for the Contra Costa County Science Fair. I had the opportunity to do that last year. It was so fun and so exciting to see the amazing things that our students are doing. And I believe we have some Mount Diablo students signed up this year, which is really exciting as well. All right, Trustee Nzewi.
Good evening. First, I want to thank Mr. Dango Harris for inviting me as a guest speaker to College Park's Black Student Union, where I shared with students what I do for a living and what it's like to be a new member on the board. It was fun and inspiring to engage with young leaders, so my sincerest thanks to College Park BSU. I'd also like to give a shout out to Mount Diablo Educators Association for the fabulous programming they've sponsored this month for Black History Month, starting with the Arts and Artifacts exhibit curated by Dr. Carrie Frazier. And then last week, an inspiring career panel that, with the advantage of Zoom, hosted guests from near and far. BEA plans on continued events throughout the year, so I hope everyone takes the opportunity to attend. I think I mentioned last time that I was pulling together about 20 Black parents to participate in the CCEE process, and that occurred. Everyone really appreciated the opportunity to share their views and experiences in Mount Diablo Unified, but especially to connect with other Black parents in the district. In the same vein of uplifting voices not usually heard in these meetings or others, I hosted a listening session in Spanish with English interpretation for families in the Monument and Bay Point to express their concerns, needs, and wants in returning to school campuses. Never in my Zoom history have I ever come close to the 100-person limit on my account, but sadly and excitedly, this event saw way more parents wanting to participate than I had room for. So I offer much gratitude to the community leaders, teachers, and administrators that helped get the word out, wanting to make sure the families they knew had a chance to be heard. So I'll briefly tell you what I heard. And so like all parents, these families want their children back in school as long as it's safe. Several families mentioned wanting teachers to be vaccinated, sometimes mentioning it in the context of their own families having been impacted by COVID. So they don't want that to happen to teachers. One parent lifted up concerns about the ability of their school to keep things like hand sanitizer in stock, when, as has already been mentioned, she's witnessed times when there was no soap, and completely different school. Others expressed concerns about safe transportation. How will we ensure students are safe on the public buses that they typically take to school? Over and over, I heard parents speak of working multiple shifts, multiple jobs, or 16-hour workdays. And normally, in normal times, that may still be true, but parents in these communities are able to work together to help each other out, but that won't be possible to do with the hybrid schedule that's proposed. They need their students to be at school for much longer, again, because they're working all day into the night. After school care would be needed in order to make it work. During the Zoom, I launched a poll, which 50 of the attendees participated in, and 36% would send their students to the hybrid as it's proposed. And then 32% each said they would not, or they were undecided. It is possible that more would attend hybrid if they knew how their students would get to school safely, and if the day was longer at the school campus. And then I'll just conclude here and share more about my learnings from that later in the agenda. And thank you, Trustee President Khan, for joining me in that listening session.
Thank you very much, Trustee Nzewi, and thank you for inviting me to that session. Trustee Alas.
Hi, everybody. Like Trustee Mayo and Trustee Mason and Trustee Count as well, I attended the DLAC meeting last week, which was hosted completely in Spanish, which was cool. And they discuss the LPAC, which is the English language assessments, as well as the tutoring that is taking off, the FEV tutoring that we recently passed as a board. So hopefully we'll be seeing what has arisen from that metrics from that and student achievement, and how we can hopefully expand that to other students as well. And then I also went to the Budget Advisory Committee meeting earlier this week, and Trustee McFerrin pointed out how parents and community members were interested to hear about layoffs. And I know that another topic was transparency with what we were doing with our COVID money. And so that should also be a topic that is coming up at another BAC meeting. I wanted to announce that the Mount Diablo Education Foundation Student Advisory Committee is hosting a slam poetry night on April 16th. So that is coming up in a couple months. I announced it at my last board report, but we now have a set date. And Dr. Clark is performing, so you all do want to tune in. It is open to all grade levels, anyone in the community. And we're going to be giving more details on that very soon. I also have, I have a connection with the Youth Poet Laureate for Los Angeles. She is also going to be performing as well. So you definitely do not want to miss out. I will be giving out more information on that as we develop it. So that's coming up as well. And then once again, plugging the Give 10 that the foundation is hosting for the month of February, as well as the Science and Engineering Fair, with which Trustee Mayo already touched upon. On March 13th, the California Association of Student Councils Region 4 is hosting our annual Spring Leadership Conference. Trustee Nzui is going to be a speaker and exhibitor there, speaking on the importance of engaging in our democracy. And if you are interested in registering, this is open to all middle and high school students in our district, actually in the Bay Area. You could go to CASC, so that's CASC.net/region-4. So that's CASC.net/region-4 if you're interested in registering for that. So that is a conference on March 13th that is open to, a leadership conference on March 13th open to middle and high schoolers. My last announcement, something I've been working on for the past couple weeks with students from Ignacio Valley High School, is a new movement to remove and replace the current mascot of Ignacio Valley High School, which right now is the Warrior. There is a change.org petition that was started by Kaya Morgan, who is a student at Ignacio Valley High School, and it highlights how the warrior symbol is harmful to Indigenous communities, is a harmful image and a harmful representation of Indigenous peoples, and a movement to get rid of that symbol, which is currently on the school board, which would be an Indigenous person wearing a headdress, is currently on the stadium board, the record board on the field, and to replace that with some sort of other emblem, and then also implement curriculum at Ignacio Valley High School and district-wide that highlights Native American history, highlights Indigenous history, and replaces a harmful symbol, a harmful mascot with something more constructive to Indigenous peoples, and instead of what is currently in place. I wanted to support and thank Trustee Nzui for all that she says and always standing up for racial inequity and social justice during our board meetings, and highlight how racism and racial injustice is a pervasive issue, not just in our district, but statewide, nationwide, and how we need to be intentional about combating this. And something that we can do is joining in the movement to get rid of this harmful symbol that Ignacio Valley High School currently uses. If anyone wants more information on that movement, I know that there's a group of students and a group of teachers and educators at Ignacio Valley High School working on this project, and I would love to see and hear board support for this effort. I believe that is it from me.
All right, thank you very much, Trustee Ellis. All right, let's see if I can keep mine brief. So in terms of activities, I attended many of the meetings mentioned, in particular the Spanish-speaking town hall that Trustee Nzui organized. But thank you so much for organizing that. It was amazing, the number of people that came and were interested. And I think it just shows that even though with our English-speaking school board meetings like this, even though we've added simultaneously translation and we try to do as much translation as we can and to make it more accessible, it's still holding a meeting fully in Spanish, organized by community leaders and parents, is something that really reaches many more voices and makes sure that we're hearing from many more people. And so it was clear that was an excellent meeting to hold and that we should be doing that kind of thing more regularly. I know Isabel Laura held many meetings all in Spanish, reaching out to Spanish-speaking families as community liaison, but now with her retirement, that's been a loss for us. And so I really just appreciate Trustee Nzui, your initiative, and the parent and school leaders who organized that event. So I want to say if any other board members want to organize something similarly, you know, a meeting and to outreach to expand the diverse voices that we're hearing from, I'd be happy to support those types of efforts as well. One additional thing that I remember hearing at that meeting was that many students ride our county bus system to school. And so they had a very specific question about the county buses and whether they would be available at the correct times to match up with our hybrid schedule. So I think that's definitely something that our district leadership and the county transportation can be having discussions as they have in the past, to be able to align those things and provide free bus passes to our students as we normally do. So yes, thank you. I also attended the Mental Health Students Helping Students event, was that last night? So I wanted to say thank you to the counselors who organized not only that one, but a whole series of mental health webinars that cover a range of topics. And I want to share out again the MDUSD counseling website. That's mdusd.org/counseling services. And on that page, you can click to get to the counseling website that is just a wealth of information. You know, there's a button right on the front that's crisis phone and text lines that I would encourage everyone to click on, snap a picture of it, save those in your phone. Students sharing it out with other students. There's some really great resources to just have at your fingertips for any kind of situation you might run into. They also talked about the free suicide prevention training for students and educators that was shared out by the CDE, and there's a link to that on there as well. Students can learn skills to help a friend or classmate and get 90 minutes of community service learning credit for that course. I took the course myself, and it was really, really helpful actually in knowing what to say when you're in a very difficult situation with a friend or loved one. I'm also very excited about the vaccine, seeing so many teachers posting how they got it. Like Trustee McFerrin, it feels a little bit like the lottery, but it seems to be more and more out there and available. I'm excited that thanks to Dr. Clark and a partnership with Health Services, that Riverview Middle School is a location for vaccines. And I hope that that will become a place that's especially accessible to our employees whose work schedules make it difficult for them to drive out to Oakland. So I've seen a lot of posts about teachers accessing vaccines, but I haven't heard as much from our custodians, our office managers, our food service workers, as to whether they're accessing the vaccine. So I would love to hear about that. And if there's anything that we can be doing as a district to make sure that all of our school employees are having, you know, success in reaching those vaccines. I just wanted to share 2 student initiatives that I heard about that I think is incredible when students step up. Sina Fahardi started something called Leap MDUSD, and it's leapmdusd.org. And he's coordinating with our staff in our homeless outreach program for education, the HOPE program, and matching up students to tutor students. And so if people are interested in becoming a tutor or receiving help, you can go to that website or find them at Leap MDUSD on Twitter or Instagram. They are especially seeking more Spanish speaking tutors right now. So if you know anyone who might be interested, please share that out. I think it's really, really great for students to just take the lead and start helping each other. I also heard about student Claire Kim, who's a violinist who started the Music Enrichment Program, MEP. And it started, she was just tutoring a few individual students with their instruments online over Zoom, and is now expanding that to a district-wide effort. So any student can be matched up again with any student district-wide and receive volunteer hours for your service. And it's part of a MDUSD Community Mentors project with senior Jordan Taki-Edin. So, or Taki-Edin, I think is pronounced that way. So congratulations, students, for just making things happen. That's really, you know, that's really fantastic. I'm also hearing parents stepping up in all kinds of ways, not only asking, how can I help, my school reopen for my own student, but also how can I help other parents, other families in the district. So there's PTAs and PFCs that are now partnering up across the area to create care bags for families in crisis, to make sure that they have some of those just crucial things that they might need to survive right now. So, I think that sense of unity of our district and really taking care of everybody is how we're going to get out of this pandemic, out of this crisis, and how we're going to stay together as a district, and really what public school is all about, right? That we really believe that we provide for everyone in our community. So I think that is it. Yeah, the only other thing was I'm hearing a lot of discussions around grading policies, and I know Trustee Nzewi mentioned it as well. I think we definitely need to look at our grading policy, and I was very impressed to see what San Diego School Board had done on that. I think that's a very good example. But I've also heard parents saying that participation is something that's being used right now as part of the grade, and that's kind of challenging and difficult over Zoom. And when I looked at our actual board policy on grading, it's BP 5121. It actually says that students should demonstrate mastery through a variety of methods. They're talking about tests, projects, portfolios, but other elements that are not a direct measure of knowledge and understanding of course content, such as attendance, effort, student conduct, and work habits, shall not be factored into the academic grade, but may be reported separately. So I want to make sure that our teachers know what our current policy is, even while over the course of this year, we may be exploring other things. So make sure that, as you're grading your students, that it really is on the mastery of the content and not some of those external factors. That is actually our current board policy. And that is it for me. Thank you very much. All right, so with that, we need to move on with this meeting and get to some of the other important topics that we're reaching. And we'll start off with the superintendent's report.
So thank you all very much. And clearly there is a ton going on here in just about the last couple of weeks that you all had. And we can just multiply that by staff, throughout the district of things that are going on. So I'm going to talk about reopening when we talk about the documents later on in the agenda. I just have sort of a brief recognition I want to read, and then we'll move on to the consent calendar. Okay. So this is 2020-2021 Army JROTC Leadership Bowl results for level 1. And I didn't write this, so I'm not going to take credit for it or any of the blame. Congratulations to the Mount Diablo High School JROTC program for earning their way to the second round, level 2 of the JROTC Leadership Bowl regional competition. They competed against 1,511 other JROTC programs teams and finished in the top 310 programs this year during a pandemic, which made this an extremely tough challenge for everyone. Level 2 will be held February 15th through March 5th and will determine the teams that will participate in the championship in June 2021. The students that participated in the competition are listed. Cadet Captain Shyla De La Rosa, 10th grade. Cadet Captain Jocelyn Lozano, 11th grade. Cadet Captain Alex Alcala, 10th grade. Cadet Staff Sergeant Dominic Solorzano Ibarra, 11th grade. Cadet Private First Class Miriam Montoya, 11th grade. The mentors were Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Jacob De La Rosa, 12th grade, Cadet Major Joshua Urbina, 12th grade, Cadet Captain Regina Ebolo, 12th grade, and Cadet Command Sergeant Major Eric Lopez, 12th grade. Job well done. Army JROTC National Essay Competition. Congratulations to Cadet Captain Regina Elbalo, who will be competing in the National Essay Competition. Cadet Elbalo's essay is now at the regional level, and if selected, it will be sent to the national level for grading. She has been in the JROTC program for 3 years and have displayed all the JROTC core values, which are loyalty, duty, respect, personal courage, honor, integrity, and selfless service. Cadet Abalo is also an outstanding student at Mount Diablo High School. Her determination and willingness for academic success reflects greatly upon herself and Mount Diablo High School. Again, great job. So very proud of the students who join JROTC. Very proud of students who go on to serve in the military after graduation, and just really wanted to take a moment in all of this that we're all going through and recognize the achievements of these students. So more to come later on in the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. That's so fantastic to hear. Thank you, JROTC teachers and leaders, for sharing that wonderful success with us. I wonder if she could share her essay to send it to us. I would love to see it. So thank you. All right, moving on to the consent agenda, item 14.1. Items listed under consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved or adopted by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. Do we have a motion or any items to remove from the consent agenda tonight?
Madam President, I'd like to pull 14.3.
All right. Any others? Okay, do we have a motion?
I would make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of 14.3, which will be considered separately.
Second.
Thank you. All right, motion by Trustee Mason, second by Trustee Mayo. We'll put that to a vote. Trustee Alas?
Yes.
Trustee Mason?
Yes.
Trustee Mayo?
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin?
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. So let's move to 14.3. Trustee Mayo.
Yes. I ask that this item be pulled so that I can promote the registration of parents in this particular program through the Mount Diablo School District. This item is the Indian Education Consortium Agreement that's held with Martinez Unified School District for some surrounding school districts. And what happens is parents enroll their students based on their quantum or blood level of involvement with a particular tribe. And then the students are eligible for after school programs, some tutoring. And then there's also a parent component like a PTA or a PFC, where the parents do come together and discuss and determine activities that they deem beneficial for the program. They also hold different and participate in different tribal events throughout the Bay Area. So I know that I hope there are other families that are eligible to enroll. And even though enrollment may not be current for right now, that they will consider enrolling in the fall when the enrollment process happens again. This is an important component, and even when families do not participate in the program directly, their enrollment provides funding for the program that benefits other students and families. So I would like to encourage everyone and give a shout out to the folks in Martinez and our own school staff that encourage the enrollment, and the folks in Martinez that provide the mentors and the support staff for the students and families. So with that, I would move that the board approve the Indian Education Consortium Agreement for the Indian Education Title VI grant.
Thank you, Trustee Mayo.
I would second that.
All right, motion by trustee Mayo, second by trustee Mason. Thank you so much, trustee Mayo, for really highlighting this. I think it's an opportunity that I was not aware of for many years. And so I think it is very important that we get it out there. I wonder if it's something that we actually send to any family that might potentially apply by, if they have checked the box Native American in terms of registration and in our area system, or how we actually get the word out about that. I don't know, Dr. Clark, if you have an answer to that right at the moment, but that would be something I'd be interested in hearing about. Thank you. All right, any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll move it forward to a vote. Trustee Alice?
Yes.
Trustee Mayo?
Yes.
Trustee Mason?
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi?
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Thank you very much. All right, so that moves us on to item 17.0, to our business action items of the night. So item 17.1 is review and potential approval of Mount Diablo Unified School District Independent Audit Report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020, submitted by Crow LLP. Dr. Clark.
So, so there's often questions about our budgets and our systems. As a public school district, we are audited very heavily, and also we have our own internal auditor who is housed in the business department. And so tonight, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Gonzalez, and she is going to introduce our 2019-2020 audit report. Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I've got two guests here that will be joining me. We have Isaac Williams. Many of you may not know that Isaac is here, but because we are a fiscally independent school district, meaning that we manage all of our finances in-house as opposed to sending a lot of those activities off to the county office. So Isaac, you can see there in the background with the big, huge Mount Diablo Unified logo. Great to see him here. And then we also have Charles Rabley, and certainly this year, having him as our auditor from Crow. Not only have we talked to him an awful lot about the audit, but with the many, many questions that have come up with regards to the CARES Act and the allowances for funding and the payment schedules. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Charles and to Isaac to talk about this year's audit.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll talk through a couple of components here of the external audit and maybe address any questions that you've got. Included in the online agenda, you've got a couple of different documents there attached to this agenda item. And the one in particular, the big one, is the audit report, or the financial statements of the district for the 2019-20 year. There's also reports included as well for the general obligation bond audits. So your two bond measures, and we've got a financial audit and a performance audit for both Measure C and Measure J. And so if you've had a chance to look at the audit report, we'll take a look at a couple of pages that I think are helpful information, but I'll give you a couple of high-level points about the audit process, and then maybe talk through those pages, and then we can talk through any questions you may have. Or if you have an urgent question, feel free to just say something, and I'll stop and we can go through that. So at a high level, there's three different objectives that we have for the audit report that you see before you. One is the financial statements. So we're giving an opinion, or attempting to give an opinion over any district's financial statements. If in this case you have—
just 1 minute. I wasn't sure if you thought you were sharing your screen.
No, I'm going to talk about this, and then I'll share my screen.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure we weren't missing something. Thank you.
Yep. So the three components are the financial statement audit. Then we have the federal compliance audit, which is because you've expended more than $750,000 of federal funds in any given fiscal year. And then because you are located in the state of California and you're a school district, you have a state compliance audit. And so there's those three main objectives that we have over the financial audit. So I'll share. Well, actually, I don't have sharing capability now that I went to push the share button. I don't have that option. So we could talk through the audits, and if I enable that, I can add that sharing.
Do we have staff on the line that can enable that?
He should now. He's
You could, yeah, he should be able to do it now.
Give it a go. There we go. So this page in the audit report, as you can see here on the top, page 90 of the PDF document, or if you're looking at the bottom here, it's at page 83. I like to point board members to this page primarily because it gives a summary of the results of the 3 components that I talked about as the lead in. So the top section here that you can see here is the financial statements, and that's where we've given an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. And so then the next section is federal awards. Again, that's that federal compliance audit that we're required to complete. Also an unmodified opinion. And so within each one of these sections, there's some components of findings that maybe we would have reported out. And if you've looked at the audit report already or are familiar with these, you might have jumped a page or 2 ahead of this and looked at the findings section. So we'll talk about that in 1 second. But you can see that a lot of these boxes of yes and no are checked no, and that means that there are no findings reported for those sections. And in here, I will point out that there are 2 programs that we retested in the current fiscal year report that you're looking at. And these are the special education cluster and then Title II Part A. The different programs we test are based on how much you've expended from different programs, how long it's been since a given program has been tested, if it's large, and any other issues that we may have been made aware of in those programs nationally. So if the Department of Ed says, hey, there's a risk in special ed, we need to test that. So there's different criteria that we follow. In this case, the rotation of those programs ended up testing these 2 for this fiscal year. And the last section here is the state awards, the state compliance. And that's, you can see there is a qualified opinion, which means that we had a finding to report in there. And so I'll talk a little bit about that here next. If you looked at the pages that follow, there's 2 findings that we reported out in this current year. One relates to governmental accounting standards statement number 75, which is talking about your other post-employment benefits liability. So that's that pension, that's that benefits that you would pay out, healthcare benefits or other medical that you would pay out to employees after they retire. And so there was some late changes from the actuarial side of things. And so we have included this finding to basically to help management in their process of identifying maybe a more efficient actuary study process. So there was a late change to that actuarial study, and so we want to be able to make sure that those type of late changes don't occur in the future. And so this is really included to really summarize the results of that. The other finding, which is a couple of pages down, you can see there's no finding. This section would be if there were a federal finding, so there's no findings for federal. The other relates to state compliance, and that's for the school accountability report card. And so there was a difference between the school accountability report card for 3 different school sites, between the facilities inspection tool and what was reported in the school accountability report card itself. Oftentimes this can occur if the individuals who prepared the facility tool, who looked at the facility and made a summary of how the conditions were, if there was kind of a miscommunication with that individual and the person who prepared the school accountability report card. You know, and the deviation can be very insignificant, but because state compliance requirements don't really give us a materiality threshold, it doesn't matter if it's a small difference or a large difference. If it's different, I have to say something. So that's why this finding is included. And there's no fiscal impact, as you can see here on this section, no fiscal impact to the finding. It's just something I have to report out that there was 2 different items in the school accountability report cards and the underlying support. So I would not classify this as a significant item, but something I have to report out on. Overall, I would say that the fiscal year 2020 audit result was a really good one relative to the challenges that we've all been facing in this fiscal year. And we were able to execute the audit in a pretty much all the way remote environment. And so I think that really the ability of us to succeed in that is really housed on, Isaac's team, Dr. Gonzalez, Mika, the whole fiscal team working with everyone else and getting us the information that we needed in a timely manner. And so we were able to get that and be able to execute the audit and file it with the state controller's office and the California Department of Ed and the County Office of Ed on time. And so we're proud of that. So I don't know if there's any questions on the audit report. I'm happy to address those, or if there's any clarification needed, happy to address that.
Trustees, any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
First, I have a comment, and then I have a question. I did ask, and this was an assumption on my part, there's a section in the audit that talks about the district funding unreimbursed meals for the food and nutrition department, and I had some questions about that section. And I just wanted to share because there have been a lot of questions about how was COVID money spent that we've received from the state and federal government. Well, for that description is a little erroneous because $740,000 of that amount was COVID-19 funds, emergency funds that supported the Food and Nutrition Services Department for the 100,000 meals per week that they were serving in the spring. So, our public has asked for transparency around the COVID-19 funds, and this is a critical piece. We know that families and children needed those meals last spring, and they've needed them this entire year. So I wanted to share that information, and I appreciate staff in providing me the answer to my question. The other question I have for our auditors would be on page, it's PDF number 82-83, or it's document page 7677, depending on whether you're looking at the footer or the PDF page. One of the questions there was, did the district involve in it, was the district involved in an early retirement incentive? And the answer was no, see below. And the comment is the district did not offer an early retirement incentive program during the, I'm presuming, 2019-20 year. Therefore, you didn't have to perform any procedures related to the early retirement incentive program. In Mount Diablo, we did have a program this spring that was entitled the Public Agency Retirement Services PARS Supplementary Retirement Program. So I'm curious to understand why that box wasn't checked off in the audit process.
Sure. Yeah. So the early retirement incentive program that's referenced in this section is a very specific program, and so it doesn't correlate to the public agency or the PARS program. So this kind of apples and oranges. So it doesn't require us to test it because it would only really fall under one single category. The audit guide language doesn't identify the specificity of that program in their language of the audit guide, right? So we call it early retirement incentive program because that's what the audit guide calls it, but it doesn't, until you go into the details of it, it doesn't specify, hey, this only relates to these one or two categories of programs. So yes, you could have participated or offered certain types of programs, but if they didn't fall under this one guise, then we don't test it for these requirements, because it would be looking at it kind of, there would be nothing in that program that falls under the compliance categories that we're looking for.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation. I appreciate it. It was a major effort in our district late last year. So I wanted to make sure that we were covered, and you've answered the question appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Mayo. I'm sure that's a question that many people had, because that was a big topic last spring. All right. Any other questions, comments, board members? I can't see everybody, so just speak up if I can't see you. Nope. Looks like we're all set. All right, let's see. This is an action item, so it looks like we need a motion.
I do have a process question.
Yes.
Are we adopting all of the audits, all 3 audits at the same time? Or are we considering them separately, or what's appropriate?
Dr. Clark, do you want to respond to that? Looks like the recommendation says review and accept the independent audit report for the fiscal year, but that doesn't really clarify, because we do have the 5 attachments here, and the first one is the one that he went through.
Right, it's the audit report, yes.
And, so I guess to technically under the education code, you're reviewing and discussing the audit report and these bond audits are the bond audits for Measure C and J. They go to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, and effectively they get presented as part of their annual reporting to the board as well. So if you didn't take any action on those specifically, it doesn't conflict with the education code requirements.
Okay, so the bond attachments are for information here, but the action is for the independent audit report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Good question.
And I know Mr. Williams has been part of our meeting since the beginning. I would like to give him an opportunity to at least introduce himself and speak to the board just for a second about his role here in the district and contribution. So, Mr. Williams.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Isaac Williams. I am the internal auditor for the district, and I have been here for about 3 years now. Normally, I work on projects at the direction of Dr. Gonzalez, and I also assist with any external audits that come to the district. So that's really my function. I also help out with with office managers regarding their student body accounts. So any question in that area comes to me. So yeah, that's about it. If you have any questions, I am in fiscal services. You can always reach out to me. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Thank you, Mr. Williams. It's really good for everyone to meet you and understand your role. I know often the student body accounts are the things that have the most questions out there, so it's good to know who to contact on those. All right. So we need a motion.
Madam President, I would move that the board accept the independent audit report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020.
Thank you, Trustee Mayo. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. So motion by Trustee Mayo, second by Trustee Nzewi. Any other discussion? All right, moving to a vote. Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Clark, for having the clear presentation of that to the community for full transparency. Much appreciated. All right, moving on to item 17.2. I know people have been wondering about COVID testing, so this will be really great. Review and potential approval of the agreement between PHM Laboratory, Inc. and Mount Diablo Unified School District to provide COVID-19 testing to students, staff, family members, contractors, and other necessary persons in compliance with the requirements set forth by the Contra Costa County Health Department. Dr. Clark.
Yes, so we're very excited about bringing this forward. This is something that you know, the process around testing in school sites. We are not, you know, we are not doctors. We don't necessarily, you know, do you know, testing in the middle of a pandemic, but the guidance throughout this pandemic has really changed in terms of testing, and this also came up very you know, very consistently through negotiations or whatnot, what type of testing the district was going to offer, things to that nature, and even up until, you know, throughout the legislator, even right now, is still discussing the cadence of which you know, testing is being recommended to districts. And so it really has been a moving target, you know, in terms of who's getting tested, the efficacy of the test, the turnaround time, and the cost of it. All of these things have been changing constantly throughout the last 6 months. And so so we are glad tonight, very relieved to bring this forward and to start this process as soon as possible. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Gonzalez. If there's any questions, you know, either she or I are more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Dr. Gonzalez, can you just give a general, like, one of the main things that keeps coming up is this free? Are we paying for this? And so maybe we could just go on the record and say what this is.
So when there are a number of companies that are now offering services, and there are some that have partnered with the state of California. And so what we've done as a county is different school districts have looked into different approaches. We have many school districts around us that are actually using both of the companies that you're seeing contracts for tonight. As a matter of fact, most school districts are looking at 2, 3, and as more companies are coming forward and providing options even for organizations that might be able to provide the type of services. What is interesting about this specific one, and this is with PHM Labs. For our purposes, they're known as Agile Labs. So when we're working with them, we'll be using the name Agile. But in any case, the way that it works is we will identify a school site. So for example, let's say that we wanted to pilot it here at the district office. What they'll do is they will send a nurse out. They will bring all of the supplies that are needed. They need a table, they need chairs, they're gonna need access to a computer where they can do some printing and photocopying in case staff members or students are bringing in information about their medical plan. And then what happens is all these individuals will go online, they will book their appointments. We will certainly be offering this to all of our staff. And if we were doing it here at the Dent Center, we could have, you know, the individuals from Monty Gardens, if they want to be tested, they can come over. We can have the team from Sunrise come over. But really what we're planning on doing with this company is every 2 weeks being able to offer testing at all of our school sites, focusing on our staff, but then opening it up to parents, to family members of staff. And the way that it works with the billing is that we are not responsible for any of the costs. Every single insurance plan that we have here in the district is working with companies just like these. So for example, you know, either of these companies will come in, the testing can take place, the invoices for the testing are sent directly to the insurance company. And then our employees never get an invoice. Our district never gets an invoice. And actually our insurance companies have let us know that because of the demand and the fact that they don't have the capacity to do all this testing, they're actually encouraging school districts to be doing this. And then what happens is, you know, an individual will go online, they will sign up, they will put in their information, they will show up, they will have their test taken, they can leave right away. And then within, anywhere from 2 to 5 days, depending on the day of the week and when things are tested, everything gets sent to the lab immediately from the nurse that's here. The individual who took the test gets the result, as well as one district point person who is able to then monitor. So for example, in talking with other districts who have been rolling out both of these companies, what they've said is inevitably, you will do a testing somewhere, someone is going to test positive, you then kick in your protocol, you notify your bargaining groups, you find out through the contact tracing who it is that needs to be contacted. But again, I know it sounds too good to be true. We've had many executive cabinet meetings where I've brought in all these options. I've called other school districts to say, what's the catch? I'm missing it. There are many plans out there that are coming forward and saying, we'll charge you $50 per kit, which is not paying for anything because then they're billing our insurance on top of it. So I think there are some out there that are taking advantage of this, but I've been able to vet both of these companies with a number of districts, including San Ramon, Tamalpais, Walnut Creek, in-depth conversations to hear their level of satisfaction and their pleasure with the customer service, particularly with Agile Labs, with PHM. So I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has about this one, and then we can talk about the next one that's on the agenda, which is an entirely different setup.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Questions?
I just have a comment. So it sounds like they're handling it just like they are vaccinations. You make your appointment, you show up with your medical card and your ID, you get your test, you go home. And they take care of the billing to your insurance. Okay.
Correct. And that's why I know that there are members of the public who have been sending in, emails saying, we shouldn't have contracts coming forward with $0. Well, first of all, it's not a contract, it's an agreement. And second of all, it really is $0. Now, I just want to be transparent with the fact that, we've had the amount of money that we're expecting our insurance to increase. There have been questions about that. And we're hearing from the insurance agency, we're hearing from, the companies that we work with that, yes, everyone's rates are going to go up because the expenses of COVID have been so significant. So we would not expect our rates to go up necessarily any more than any other school district, but we are all going to be required to offer this testing to our staff. And certainly the way that the companies are able to make it pencil out, if you will, is because we really need to have at least 60 or so people on a daily basis going in and being tested. Now, again, we're not going to get charged for it. So what we'll do is we'll be able to open it up to employees' families. We will be able to open it up to, we could do it for our students who are coming back to play sports right now. So there's a lot of options to be able to make this work. And by the way, I think the piece that I did miss is that if an individual comes forward, like a member of the community, let's say a neighbor across the street from a school, and they've heard that testing is going on, they can go online, they can go ahead and register. If they don't have insurance, the state's CARES Act funds pick up the cost of that individual. So again, we don't receive any invoice, any bill, anything. I know it sounds too good to be true, but we're ready.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Trustee Mayo? Oh,
Yes, my one question was, there was, on one of the contracts, there was no ending date. So could you, typically we're looking for a contract ending date in agreements, and could you explain why this isn't required for these two contracts?
We don't know how long we are going to need this, and it is based on us reaching out to them and having them come in. So it is simply an agreement. If we want to put an end date on, we can put an end date on. In essence, we don't know what it is going to look like moving forward, how long we will need testing, if different versions pop up and we've got to back off, and yeah.
and it's not an exclusive agreement so that you would need to end in order to start another one either. Okay.
Correct. And I do want to also just let the board know that based on the way that this specific contract has been set up, there's likely another company that we may bring forward as well, because as more of these companies start working with other school districts, in the back of our mind, we're concerned that what if they're not able to meet our demand? And that's why you see school districts contracting with multiple companies.
Okay. Trustee Nzewi, I know you had a
Just
question.
a quick question. You mentioned twice that people would have to go online to sign up, but if it is available to the community, would there be other ways that they could sign up besides the internet, using the internet?
So,
Go ahead.
So I just want to be clear, like, this is, the primary purpose of this is for our staff. And so as a secondary thing, when you sign up, you know, with the company, or you start a contract, they talk about the possibilities of what it can be. So again, you know, I don't want to dig too much down into the weeds on this, but this is for our staff to get staff back so that we can open up our schools. However, you know, I would imagine, you know, if we have walk-ups and someone doesn't have access to technology, that is something that we'll have to work out. We'll have to have forms available for folks, and we'll have to have them translated and things if that is our target group. What we want to do now is to be flexible and to be agile. No pun intended with the agile company, but we do want to have flexibility because we do not know what COVID is going to look like over the coming months.
Thank you. I see
I
Trustee.
don't know if I answered you all the way, but
Trustee Nzewi, did you have? Okay,
it's fine.
Okay. Trustee Alas, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to let the public know, because I know that this was answered in the questions that the board submitted, that there is going to be, this is bi-weekly for schools. However, there's going to be weekly testing options for Bay Point schools. Am I correct?
No, I'm not there. We're not there yet. We're not rolling out individuals. You know, I don't want to make, you know, any commitment. That's something that unfortunately is at the negotiating table. You know, so these are just things that the district is prepared to offer testing where needed as much as possible. The cadence of testing is still being discussed by the legislators today. They're still having, you know, so all of this is fluid. We just want to be able to respond to our community, meet the needs of our employees, and have options. So I don't want to get into yet that we're doing, you know, every week, every other week, or whatnot, but we're going to have lots of flexibility after, you know, if we move forward with these two companies.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying
And
that.
independent of us, Contra Costa County is testing every week in Bay Point.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, right next to Riverview Middle School, right there, right at the county health. So fantastic. Yeah, great. All right. Any other questions? Okay. And this is an action item. So do we have a motion to approve this agreement? I know you're all really excited
I will
about
make
this.
a motion to approve the agreement between PHM Laboratories, Inc. and Mount Diablo Unified School District to provide COVID testing to students, family, staff, members, contractors, and other necessary persons in compliance with the requirements set forth by Contra Costa County Health Department.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Thank you, Trustee Mayo. So motion by Trustee Mason, second by Trustee Mayo. Any other discussion, questions? Okay, we will put that to a vote. Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
All right, and I also vote yes. That motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Thank you very much for the information and for providing this opportunity to our district. So moving on to 17.3, review and potential approval of the agreement between Curative Labs, Inc. and MDUSD to provide MDUSD with cost-effective confidential access to SARS-CoV-2 and RNA testing for employees and contractors.
And again, Dr. Gonzalez, if you can just talk about the differences.
Yes. So the way that this one works is they send us the kits, and we would either have our staff administer these tests, or what we've already talked about internally is hiring additional staff to come in and provide that testing so that our staff didn't need to do it. So in this situation, the focus of this one is getting the kits and then we have to do it ourselves. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Trustee McFerrin.
I'd like to say that we're using this company in my district, and I'm being tested once a week. And it has been really, really quite simple. And now I'm in a routine. I get tested every Thursday, and I get my results in a text or an email by Saturday morning. And so my experience has been a really positive one with this company.
That's great. So do you do it at, is the kit at your school site to do there, or is it like at home before you come in?
Yeah, so I signed up for weekly appointments. So I have the same time that I go approximately. I kind of try to go during lunch every Thursday. And our school nurse sets out a table in the essentially in the rally corridor, the quad, and mine is just labeled with my name. And then so I just go about 20 feet away from anyone. I cough into my mask 3 times. I swab myself. There's a procedure, and then I put it in a bag and we ship it off. And that's what we do. It's really, really straightforward. And it's nice that I can just do it myself, and it's a swab, mouth test, and not anything intrusive.
Wonderful. Thank you for describing that for us. Appreciate it. Other questions, comments?
Well, I just want to comment because we've mentioned several times, we've mentioned students, and I know that, there have been discussions, not necessarily from the district side, but there's been suggestions that we make testing of students a requirement for them to enter any sort of programs that we have at school. And that's been a concern of mine because I don't want us to exclude students. I don't want us to find additional ways to exclude students. Now, if there's a need like what Trustee Alice brought up, either among students, if we have some areas with a higher rate where that's necessary, then we want to have that flexibility. If there's a need within the community, then we want to be able to adapt to that community, whether we need to, get our communications, in different languages or do different outreach to provide that. But it's all about the flexibility of being able to pivot on whatever the needs are of our community, our students and our staff. But I just think it's real difficult to lock in to a cadence or a target group before we really know who that group is going to be.
Yeah, that's a good point. I know we've also heard at some point from some of our teachers in health academies that if there's some way for them to involve the students. So I don't know, it would be interesting to see if these kits were some way to do that. Because I know we have some very, very active health academies with doctors that are leading them. So it's great to have both of these contracts and the possibilities that they both open up for us. All right, so we need a motion on this one as well to approve the agreement.
I move to approve the agreement between Curative Labs Incorporated and Mount Diablo Unified School District to provide MGSC with cost-effective, confidential access to SARS-CoV-2 RNA testing for employees and contractors.
Thank you, Trustee Alice. I didn't see who seconded. Trustee Mason, thank you. All right, great. Motion by Trustee Alas, second by Trustee Mason. We will put it to a vote. There were no other questions, comments? Okay. So Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Thank you very much, everyone. All right. So now we're moving on to item 17.4, review and potential approval of the revised Mount Diablo Unified School District COVID-19 prevention program. Dr. Clark.
So this is a program that it was included in the governor's plan for reopening, that if you were planning on opening in the purple, that it needed to be posted and approved by your board by February 1st. And due to the fact that back in November, the board and myself had made the agreement that we were not going to apply for a waiver, or we were not going to attempt to open schools while in purple. There wasn't a rush to bring this item forward. However, with that said, I do want to say that we've had over 100 people working here in the Dent Center, CST members, CSEA members, Teamsters, our psychologists, administrators, and we've also have had members on Gasoline Alley down at maintenance and operations. They have been working throughout the summer and throughout the year, and at many of our school sites, we have our offices are open. We do have multiple teachers working out of their classrooms. So many, pretty much all of the safety measures that are included in this report have been in place, since we've been open. Now, along with COVID, and as you know, the whole COVID situation has been extremely fluid. So guidance changes, requirements changes, the science, and when I say science changes, that's like the testing, right? So, when we were first getting tested back in summer, it would take, 10 days to get your results back and things like that. So things have improved. So these things have been in place. I have even brought them forward to this board and showed our flow chart of what happens when. And so those are the exact same things that are included within this plan. So yes, we have had this plan, for some time, but our actions have been put in place in the district long ago, and we've been following them. I'm not going to say that the entire time it's been seamless. It has been tough, right? I mean, when you're dealing in a pandemic, it is tough. We have had staff members who have tested positive for COVID. And as we do our contact tracing, I have not been aware of cases that have been contracted on our campuses or on our facilities. Almost all of the ones that I'm well aware of have taken place outside of our school site. So again, this is a requirement that we have to do. If the board so chooses to accept and approve these items, we will post them on our website for all to see, and that will then put us one step closer to being able to open. So with that, I'll open it up to questions. Dr. Rubio's here if there's additional questions. Much of it does come out of HR because of of accommodations, of the contact tracing, of the documentation and whatnot. So he is available to answer any questions related to this document.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. I'll open it up to questions and comments from trustees. Trustee Nzewi?
I don't know if it should be expected to be in this document, but where or when would we see things? Would parents be able to see exactly how their campus will run? It says, it gives description of how the bathroom is closed or whatnot, how to distance, but how will parents know how their children go to the restroom? Or how they come to school or leave school? I've heard that there's one-way tracks, but do parents get to take their children to class for the first time, or do they have to just let them go at the front of the school? Just things like those little nitty-gritty things that I think people are probably wondering about. Where will we see that?
So this is essentially really geared. I mean, Cal OSHA put this out, and so this is employers, right, putting this out. So I think what you're talking about is much more of our school plan, which will be coming out from the individual school sites. So every school site months ago has created those maps that show where where students are entering, the egress, the degress. we have district staff, and I know Trustee McFerrin will be visiting some of our schools, and so when you come onto campus, you can see where all of those things are laid out. And so as we get closer to time, we will open up our sites for parents to, if a small group of parents or small, whether it's through video or pictures or a personal tour of what the school sites will look like. But that is not going to be in this particular plan here that we're bringing forward.
I have another question, but I don't know if it's under this or if it's under the hybrid, because it's kind of employee based and kind of everybody. I'll ask it here and you can answer it anywhere. Coming back to school coming back to the school building for people will be, I think joyous, at least the thought of it is. But I wonder if our team of psychologists or whatnot have developed tools or are prepared for the emotions that will surely come up because little kids can't hug their teacher for the first time, or teachers can't comfort young students, or staff that have been working there the whole time and missing the sound of children's voices suddenly hear it, which will be great. But I know it's going to bring up emotions. I went into my backpack for the first time in December from commuting, and that I hadn't been into since March after I unloaded it at home. And I found stuff from March, and just that gave me feelings. And I just wonder how we're preparing to help. This is supposed to be for social emotional support, but I really feel like that as happy as people will be to come back, it's going to be really emotionally hard. So and I want us to be prepared.
Yeah, so that would not be in this report, right? But you bring up a very, very extremely valid point, and hopefully I can address that when I open it up to questions after the next item.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah. And Dr. Rubio, I see you there. Did you want to chime in, or are you?
Well, I just would share with the board, and this is slightly personal, but it's related. My 8-year-old, who many of you may have met because she's been coming here to the office with me for a lot of months, was able to go back to school this week. And we live over in the peninsula, and we're a public school district. It's a CTA union. And yet somehow they came to an agreement, and those teachers are back there. They're on site. She is in her classes. And so I really wish we could get to the same place. And I know that it's easy to throw stones to the district. When you compare us to other districts, I'm just going to add this, I think, and say it. We have fewer managers percentage-wise at other districts our size, and we have more employees, as a percentage of our general fund budget that is much higher than other districts, which is why we haven't been able to afford curriculum over the years. So, I just want to throw that comment in that we are working, and when we're working till 1 in the morning and 2 in the morning, which is happening right now, and you can see it because I don't look too good, or worse than usual, I guess, when I look at myself in the Zoom. I got to tell you, it's very hard to hear and listen to the things being thrown at us because we're pouring it on and giving up the time with our families. And so I just want to tell you that, this document, and it's been revised again, looking for grammar errors. As Dr. Clark said, it was due February 1st with the checklist for any school district that was already open. And the regulations came out on November 20th, I think. So I don't believe it was due when the regulations came out immediately. I just wanted to add that for you tonight. But I'm happy to try to address any questions. And as Dr. Clark said, we've been living these guidelines. We continually revise them. Our guidelines on the website under the risk management department page have been revised 5 times. And they go out to principals, they go out to our managers, and they went out again a few times in the last few weeks. And since the regulations changed in January. And so we'll keep revising them, and we keep trying to make it better. And we're doing our best with a very short, thin management staff.
And we do understand that anxiety is high. Tempers are at an all-time high. There's a lot of history, in the district with folks, and we really are trying to move past that and take the higher road. But we take our safety extremely serious. We do not want to get sick. We do not want people who come to work to get sick. And when there's issues, people step up. I'm proud of our custodial staff that does, you know, clean our offices, clean our schools, clean our classrooms. You know, I've been in the bathrooms at many of our schools. They are prepped and ready to go. You know, the letters that we send out when we do find a case, you know, we're blasting those out to entire school sites and departments or whatnot. So again, the stuff in this document we've been doing, and it is difficult, you know, to hear that we're not doing these things or we don't care about our employees. That's the farthest from the truth. We know that we're all committed to this work and doing the right thing. It's been tough with the, you know, with the changes coming from the state or from the federal level, and I know that there's a big push to open schools now, and you know, and I just think that folks hear what supports their position, whether it's, you know, remaining home or whether it's coming back. They hear stuff, and it adds to that anxiety or to that, you know, to those things. And so again, you know, our system isn't perfect, because this whole global pandemic is not a perfect system, but at the core of it is the utmost number one is the safety of our students. We take that are totally serious. And then the second is our staff and community. And so we're committed to that. So again, we're asking, you know, for you to consider these two documents, knowing that they could change. There could be something added to it. Again, if the legislation changes something, if the CDC comes out with something new, we may have to adjust, but we're ready to do that. So again,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you both. Just to clarify too, I think the idea of us not having this in place in November, December, my understanding was that we didn't need it in this exact format, but we had the items in place, but they were in our illness prevention plan.
Absolutely.
They were in our reopening plan from the summer. We've had all the protocols in place. Otherwise, OSHA would have come and told us that we were out of compliance, right? So
That's correct. And let me just add one more quick thing. I'm sorry. You know, we've been on pause for so many months, right? And for lots of reasons, and in great part because we can't seem to get to an agreement with our union partners. And so it is not surprising when you think of the word integrity as a concept that you know, you can go into any school site and there's going to be a different level of awareness among all of our staff. And we don't want that. We want everyone to be at the same level, right? But we've been on pause for months. And so anyone can go into any school site and say, well, do you know this rule? Do you know this guideline? And it's a pretty easy gotcha, right? So we all got to kick it up again and get back in gear and get on the same page. So that's normal when you think of how people fall in and out of integrity. And so it's, you know, we know that we've got to do that. We're a big organization, so I'm not going to pretend like that doesn't happen. And we'll do whatever it is we need to do to make sure we're all on the same page and we all get up to the same page and on the same page again for safety on an ongoing basis.
thank you. And then the term COVID safety plan, the CSP, which if you look on the state's website, it shows the map and there's a little checkbox, see whether the COVID safety plan has been submitted. My understanding from the guidance is that the CSP COVID safety plan is the combination of these two documents that we're approving tonight.
That's
so it's
correct.
The CPP prevention program plus the checklist.
That's right.
So,
Due on February 1st if you were already if we were already open.
If we
that's
were
right.
asking to open, which we weren't.
Well,
So-
5 days before if we're going to open, 5 days prior. But if you were already open prior to February 1st, it was due on February 1st.
Right. Okay. So we're in plenty of time for 5 days prior, because I don't think we're opening 5 days from now. But we'll have this in place, and the little box will be checked when people look online. That's just one more thing that we'll have checked off on the list of things to do prior to opening. So just the recommendation says move to approve the revised COVID-19 prevention program, but I think we're approving both that and the checklist, correct?
Correct.
That's
So
correct.
let's just make sure that we word our motion appropriately. Would it be correct to say to approve the COVID safety plan, which includes the COVID-19 prevention program and the school guidance checklist?
Yes.
Would that be correct?
I think that's correct.
Okay. So would anyone like to make that motion?
So moved.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Mason.
Second.
And we have a second from Trustee Mayo. All right. Any other discussion, questions? I want to make sure people understand. Okay. Trustee McFerrin, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute. You're still on mute. There you go.
Okay, sorry. I just have one question because there's just kind of a lot of dates and a lot of documents.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, Dr. Clark or Dr. Rubio, if you could just clarify the difference between the COVID prevention program and the COVID safety plan. And just clarify, I think this one that we're looking at is the COVID prevention program.
Yeah, and Dr. Clark will correct me if I get this wrong, because I haven't been looking at the state guidance on both in the last week again. But the CSP, which is what they refer to, both documents together as the COVID safety plan, is the combination of the CPP, the COVID prevention program, and the checklist that you see. And just I'll add one other thing, if it's okay. We did email this to our union partners. We reminded some of them today. I think we sent it to CSEA again today, just to let everybody know that this is a living document. If there's more input or any input, if we can make changes to it again and bring it back to the board again. So I wanted to mention that as well, because that's one of the things we want our union partners to give us input if they have any. Yes, so the CSP, the COVID. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the acronyms. I'm getting so tired. The CSP is a combination of the CPP, which you have tonight, plus the checklist.
Exactly. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying, because I know we get that question a lot. It's out in the media, the news comes from parents. Do we have the CSP or the CPP? The CSP is the combination of the CPP and the checklist. And we're approving all of it tonight. Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, moving forward to a vote. Let's start with Trustee Ellis.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
And I also vote yes. So motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Thank you very much, staff, for all of your work and for clarifying all of it to us and to the public. Much appreciated. Okay, so that takes us to the hot topic of the night, I think. 17.5, review and potential approval of update on hybrid learning plan. Dr.
I have tech, please share the presentation. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I just want to remind people that on Tuesday morning, the guidance comes out. And so in order to properly agendize this presentation, I had to pull this last week, and so these are numbers from last week. They have been updated since the 23rd. A new set of numbers came out, but the three areas that I want to point to is I want to point to the statewide metrics, and they have come way down. I think if we remember a couple meetings ago, we were up to 96 at the state level. And if you look at our county metrics, a week ago, they were at 18.2. They've come down. They're right around 15 right now. And if you look at where we were on February 16th, we are still in the purple tier, which means that COVID is widespread throughout the county, although numbers are improving. So I just want to continue to direct people to this document. We have agreed to really aim for the red tier as being the time when we open. And when we go back in time, back in October, November, when we were having these conversations, we were in the red tier, moving into the orange tier. I mean, things were looking really promising throughout the county. So we were moving full speed ahead. And then once after Thanksgiving hit and December hit, numbers started spiking. Things were all just put on pause at that point. So just wanted to start off with that. Can I have the next slide, please? So again, this is what we are following. We are following the guidance from the California Department of Public Health. We did make a living document, which is sort of our Mount Diablo safety plan. This is more of the safety guidelines. And why this was important to put forward was because when we were surveying parents or talking to parents or talking with staff, the issue of safety kept coming up. Well, what are we going to do about masks? What are we going to do about testing? What are we going to do about students who are sick? And those things kept coming up. And so all of those items, and we understand that guidance can change, but this is where we are gathering our information from. Can I have the next slide, please? So just a highlight of the safety measures, and these are also in line with the new CDC guidelines that came out at the national level, and we've compared those with the California guidelines. And so these are pretty much the areas that we need to cover. So masks are mandatory for everyone. I mean, let's just fully understand that and check that box. We're all wearing masks all the time. I know there'll be breaks for kids here and there, but masks are that's a no. There's no debate on masks. Passive and active screening, I think we've talked about that. The passive screening is when individuals screen themselves before they leave their homes or before they enter a site. They're either filling out a document. When they fill out that document, that's the active screening. Or if we take temperatures at school, or by just observing one another. So if you see someone who has the chills, who's sweating, when it's cold out, who looks like they have a fever, things like that, would be when we would do the active screening. Social distancing, and I think this also causes a great deal of confusion, because we keep hearing from some individuals that they want our schools open fully 5 days a week, all kids, no hybrid. And I'll explain it again, is that we have to be able to separate our desks in every class by approximately 6 feet. Now, even the 6 feet is up to debate, right? When you look at different guidance from the national level and from the state level, is it nose to nose, is it desk to desk, and all that? But it's 6 feet apart, and we're doing the best we can to make sure that every classroom is set up. Now, again, we have teachers who have not been in their classrooms since March 13th. And so then as the district, do we direct principals or site custodians to go in and move those teachers' things and rearrange their classrooms? And what we've had to do is to go ahead and some teachers have come in and done it on their own, but also we can't wait anymore. So I gave the green light to principals some time ago to go in and start opening up these classrooms. Hand washing, so if there's sinks in class, then we have made sure that those are working. We have covered up the drinking fountains of those sinks, because a lot of those sinks have a drinking fountain and a faucet, and so principals, custodians have wrapped up those drinking fountains, and so just the faucets are open. And then where there are not sinks in class, and usually you have sinks in your kindergarten classes and your preschool classes. You're not going to find a sink in a 5th grade class or a high school class unless it's a science class. So and then in places where outside of classrooms or whatnot, we have either the free flowing sanitizers, or we have pumps of sanitizer. We just need to set it out on desks and put them in hallways or put them on little stands or whatnot. But we have the sanitizers that will go in classrooms, that'll go in the offices, and that'll go in the hallways. Those are all in place and ready to go. Some schools, these supplies have been delivered to the actual classroom. Some are in the multi-purpose room in boxes with the teacher's name on it. So when they show up, it can then be delivered, right? We don't want these things just sitting in classrooms. Some are in the office, but they are all out at the school sites. And just depending on the site, they may be in different places, but they are all there ready to go. And then testing available. I wrote this presentation last week, so I was, had my fingers crossed that you guys would approve the agreement with the testing. But if you guys would not have approved that, then I would have removed that. But testing will now be available for all staff. Can I have the next slide, please? So again, for employees, we are committed to regular on-site testing. Again, it doesn't matter if it's every other week. We have contracted with staff to bring staff in because we didn't want to delay having to negotiate who would be that person to to man the station where testing is taking place. So we have we've got that done on the agreement. And then on February 18th, I was very pleased to send out a Contra Costa County link to all staff. I used my all MDUSD email address and sent it to every single staff member in the district with the link for them to sign up. I went through the process just to see if it worked, and I'm signed up, and I'm somewhere in the queue. And whenever they call me or send me an email, then I'll be ready to go and get vaccinated. Full reopening. So I know that many people are concerned about the fall. So again, the current MOU that we have in terms of distance learning, that expires at the end of the school year, and then we go back to our regular CBA agreement. So we're going to have in-person school in the fall. The county and state guidance could say that we have to do physical distancing. And if we have to do physical distancing, then we're gonna have to come up with a hybrid model. Any model that we come up with in the fall will not mirror what we're proposing over the next couple of weeks or a month. It will be, it is going to be all of our kids. They all will be going to school 5 days a week, and more than likely, they're going to go in the morning. There's going to be a group in the morning. There's going to be a group in the afternoon. If we don't have physical distancing, then everyone will go all day long. So we're going to have in-person school next year unless cases explode and this new variant takes over and there's something beyond our control, but we are going to be opening for the fall. Now, in the fall, we will have face-to-face instruction. We will still offer a 100% distance learning model, and we will offer our regular homeschool program where a student meets with the teacher 1 day a week, gets all his or her assignments, does those for the weeks, and then comes back. So that is something for our employees, and that is what the plan is in terms of these items here. Can I have the next slide, please? So phasing in students. So far, we're able to do legal testing and meetings with students, one-on-one meetings with students. We have agreements for those. We've been doing those. Those have been taking place on our campuses. When we go into the red tier, we already have an agreement for support groups. So that agreement's been signed. I know we have to be in red for a certain amount of time until that kicks in, but we do have that agreement. So no matter what, support group students will be coming back onto our campus in some form or another. We are shooting for a hybrid schedule. I am a strong proponent of giving parents a choice and having kids back on our campuses. That is what I've been talking about since I was hired back in July, August, is getting kids back in classrooms. That is my goal. I also want to respect those who have other challenges and may not feel comfortable and don't necessarily want to come back. So we are planning for a hybrid elementary students and for secondary students. We have to go in the red tier because that's the agreement that we made with this governing board and superintendent, and we shared that to the public. And hopefully, when that time comes, we're ready to go. And then again, I have down here full reopening in fall 2021, pending updated guidance from the county and state. So I've already gone into that. Next slide, please. So Support groups. So again, you know, our support groups will be open basically to all students who are having difficulties. So clearly open to our special ed population, our homeless, foster youth, limited English, but other students who are in need or who are just students who, again, I hear time and time again of some people struggling with distance learning. If they're struggling, then we want to be able to open support groups up now. I have principals who are waiting to do this. I've heard that teachers, there are some teachers who are ready to do this, and we're ready to move forward with that once we hit that, you know, once we hit that red tier for a certain amount of time. Next slide, please. So regardless of how we open, we have to have stable groups. So we can't have groups that are mixing with other groups. So so what has been shared with me is that those students who aren't thriving through distance learning, are depressed, are missing their peers, then stable groups coming back onto campus would be for academic and social emotional support. Now, we have invested time and energy and training into distance learning, and there's lots of teachers who are doing a fantastic job in distance learning. Our office staffs have been supporting that. Our support staff has been supporting that. And there are, and I'm going to share some numbers with you, some preliminary numbers, but there are people who want to remain in distance learning. So therefore, we have to continue that through that process. But how can we do that with still keeping our stable groups? So that's why we have the hybrid model that has been brought forward, so that students can still get that instruction from their teachers. They don't have to switch teachers with 40 or 50 days left in the school year. You know, they're already been doing it for over 100 days, right? So they're used to it. And then if they choose to come back on campus, they have that face-to-face support from teachers and other support staff. So we also have to create the stable group. So that's why, you know, there's individuals who might be upset with what the high school schedule looks like, because we can't just do 6 periods and have the kids switch from class to class to class. It just, we can't do that. It's not from lack of planning. It's not from being disorganized. We got to keep them in stable groups. Now, high school, we have a little bit more flexibility with the stable groups than elementary school, but elementary school, we can definitely keep them in stable groups, but secondary is going to be a little bit more challenging, but but we're open to that challenge. Can I have the next slide, please? So I presented it, but it was a team creation. We presented a hybrid schedule, and we put that schedule out back in October. We put that out to the community. I emailed it out to every single staff member in the district. I shared it with the board. I shared it in a public meeting, and I got feedback saying you should have, this should be something that is agreed on at the negotiation table before you put it out. So you're irresponsible by putting this out before there's an agreement. But I was hearing from parents that they wanted to see what we were doing. So I put this schedule out as a sample. Here we are in February, and there hasn't been, we still got the same schedule, right? Because, and I said this back then, you can't, at the negotiating table, you don't have that freedom to just think tank. You don't have that, and especially, with the history of mistrust. And I mean, you heard the statements earlier. It's been very difficult to move forward in talking actually about kids, and it's been difficult. I want to talk about kids. I want to do what's best for kids. We put a schedule out there. We've been waiting for counters. That hasn't come. So we got to move forward with what we have. I fully understand that the hybrid schedule does not meet the needs of those families that have to work every day, all day. I totally understand that. But our hands are tied because we want to still provide a stable instruction model to our students, which is that distance learning. We still want to provide that, but then we also want to give students the opportunity to get back on campus, to get back working face-to-face with their teachers who care so much about them, and those support staffs who care so much about them, and give them an opportunity to get out of their homes and to come back and start socializing and start easing their way back into school. So this is a similar model from what we put forward back in October, November. We want to phase in our TK-K1 students, start them off just, even if it's just for a day, right? Or a couple days. But once we get kids back on campus, the anxiety levels are going to drop. Right now, all we're doing is we're hyping ourselves up. We're thinking about all the things that could go wrong. There's many who come to the table with a deficit mindset. But when we get those little kids on campus, those TK-K1 kids, it's like it's going to be a new day. It's going to be an awakening. And I cannot wait for that day to happen. But I don't think if we open up an elementary campus, I don't think that we should bring TK-K1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back all on the same day. So this is all open, right? And so I can put dates on here, but at some point, like we're gonna have to get the leadership of some of our groups. I want to be very clear. It's the leadership. To come together, and we're going to have to work this out. So this would be my recommendation, how we phase in our elementary students. Can I have the next slide, please? This would be my recommendation, how we phase in our secondary. Next slide, please. And this would be my recommendation on how we phase in our high school students. Again, when we presented our plan back in November, October, we had a week for each of these groups. But I think with the rapidly approaching end of the year, once we are able to bring back students, I think we should bring them back quicker, but we absolutely should phase them in. But here's the next thing. Oh, can I have the next slide? So we sent out a survey, right? And we sent it out on Saturday morning, and that's been our practice. And we gave folks all the way until March 1st to fill it out. And although it's a personalized survey, so we get stuff back like grade, school site, and who it's from, we know that some of the data, whether it's an issue with our system or whether it's an issue with changing of email addresses or whatnot, some of our data doesn't, the surveys don't reach certain people. So we do have the generic link on the website. We do have schools that have the ability to print out hard copies and to hand those to parents face to face, or to have parents come on campus and fill those out. So we do have that. But the survey, basically, now that we're starting to get the data back, now the principals at the schools are starting to just mock up, on the whiteboard, okay, I have 2 first grade classes, and out of those 2 first grade classes, I have 30 students who are, who have indicated that they want to come back. And I have another 15 students that have indicated that, that they want to stay in distance learning. Now we can really start planning. I've been asked, is the survey binding? It's not binding, right? We're not gonna bind parents one way or another at this point. Once we set a date that we're opening, and once we get that in place, then we'll ask parents to sign the compact, which we presented at the last meeting. But this is the interesting thing. So Saturday, when we sent out the survey, 24 hours later, we had a 60%, 60 to 40 was the 60 wanted to come back, 40 wanted to stay back in distance learning. Right before this meeting, we ran the numbers again. And when we closed the survey out on Monday, March 1st, I will email it out to the entire district. I'll post it on our website. We'll parent square it out to everybody. We'll be completely transparent with our data and just share it out to everybody. But right now, we have 7,484 families have said that they want to do hybrid, right? In what we've presented with, and I understand there's not a ton of detail with what we've presented, but even with what we've presented, 7,485, 7,091 have said that they want to stay back in distance learning. So it's 51.4% to come back and 48.6% to stay in distance learning. So we as a district, we need to be flexible, right? So how can we be as flexible as possible? Because again, I don't want to say every single student in the district has to come back on our campuses and bring some people back, you know, kicking and screaming. You got to come back. That's all you have. Or I don't want to say no one can come back. And that's what we're doing right now. We're saying no one can come back. I don't want to do that. I want to give parents and families a choice. And where we have challenges, I then want to be able to make adjustments. So if we have areas in our community that have high rates of transmission, and maybe we need to open up testing to students in that area, then by all means, I'm willing to do that. If we need to test families of students in those areas or any area, I'm willing to do that. If we agree on an every other week testing for our teachers or for staff or whoever, I'm willing to do that. But if it would make people feel more comfortable to get tested every week, then I'm willing to do that. So again, we need to come together to make this work. And so I think voices are coming out on this survey data. It may not be, you know, as much as, you know, I know we received demands to open tomorrow to everybody and no exceptions and things like that. I understand that way of thinking, but we just physically can't do that. And already right now, we're almost split down the middle on those who want to stay out and those who want to come back. Our principals are ready to go. They have, you know, their sites are marked up. They have their, you know, they have their maps ready. We have our, you know, mitigation plans in place, but we're still negotiating at the table. So do I just put a pause on everything until we get these signed agreements from everybody, from all 6 of our bargaining groups, and then we put things forward? Or do we start putting things forward and then try to get these groups? You know, I'm not quite sure what comes first, the chicken or the egg, but I am motivated to get students back on campus, but I'm not motivated to bring parents back against their will. You know, with staff, we put out an option for anyone, any teacher, and I'm going to talk specifically about teacher, any teacher who had a medical issue that would prevent them from coming back and working with students, we gave them a window to turn in a doctor's note. We have those, right? And so we need, now that we know that we have 50% of our families that want to stay back, we're probably going to have more teachers do distance learning, right? I mean, it may have to be a split, right? It's going to be more than the doctor's notes that we received. And not all the doctor's notes that we received would qualify for an exemption of having to come back in personally to work. So again, I want to remain positive. You know, I'm new in this district. You know, I've been here 8 months. A lot of things have been said, you know, depending on, you know, where my motivation is, whether to keep schools closed or to keep them open. I want to open our schools. I've said it. I mean, I don't know how many times I can say it. Our schools were built for students, and we need to use them for students. I'm heartbroken that we had to sign an agreement that locked our students off of our campuses, and I guarantee I will never ever let that happen again. You know, but I want our students back on campus. Of course, I want to do it safely, but COVID's not going away, right? We're still going to have COVID, but teachers are getting vaccinated, staff is getting vaccinated. I don't want to, you know, tie our hands and say, okay, we're not going to open until everyone's vaccinated, because again, I mean, we got some people, just like with everything else with COVID, right? It's just sporadic. So we got some people who are, you know, going over the hill and getting vaccinated in Oakland. We got some people who are going out to Stockton to get vaccinated. We got some people who are here in Pleasant Hill getting vaccinated. But how could we tie, you know, coming back to school on something that's so hit and miss? But eventually, I have faith and confidence that everyone who wants to get vaccinated will be vaccinated soon, but we can't lock our students off these campuses for much longer. So I'll open it up to questions, suggestions. I'm open to anything. I want to make this work. I stay up at night every night thinking about this. I want to, you know, I want our kids back on campus, but I also want families to be comfortable with sending their kids back or keeping their kids home. And I'll leave it at that and open it up to questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clark, for that detailed, informative presentation. I think it answered a lot of the questions that people have been asking lately. And I think it's fantastic that the survey is already showing results and giving sites some very specific information they can use to plan. So I want to open it up to trustee questions and comments. Trustee Ellis.
I have a question. Hi. Thank you so much, Dr. Clark and district team, for just all the hours and days and months that you've spent working on this. And also just all the rhetoric that you've received from community members and parents. I know it's tough. So I really, really thank you for all of your efforts and everything you've done to make this a reality. And I know, Dr. Clark, that we spoke about this at our meeting, but I'm hoping you could tell the public about, you know, the special school sites such as Northgate that are under review for, you know, the architecture, the layout, and all that good stuff. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So one thing is that you know, so what often happens is that you know, when folks try to distract you from things, is that they bring in all kinds of different, you know, just different arguments, and you know, people get real, you know, distracted by, you know, by rhetoric that's out there. And so some of the rhetoric that's out there is around filters. So we've changed all of our filters. We cannot build a new Northgate High School, right? So we all know Northgate doesn't have the greatest ventilation, or the windows don't open and things like that. So as we've had our specialists and staff, because we do have in-house HVAC folks who've gone out and checked our HVAC systems at Northgate, there's an issue because of the windows and whatnot. So we have a company looking at that. I'm not saying that, you know, we're gonna bust down walls, because in the CDC guidance, ventilation isn't even included, right? So it's not even included in the guidance. And I have the CDC guidance right here. But you know, doors can be open. I mean, there's other things that can happen that can help, you know, that can help deal with the situation, you know, at some of our schools. We have been replacing HVAC systems through our measures. And so every summer, you know, we do, you know, 3 to 5 schools every summer. And we did schools last summer. We have schools in line to get done for this summer. And so we are moving in this direction. But I suspect that the reason why ventilation was left off of the CDC guidance is because they didn't want that to be a hindrance of opening up schools. Because how long does it take to replace a HVAC system, or to go out and purchase an HVAC system, or to build a new wing or something? It would never happen with the processes that we have to follow.
Alrighty, yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Clark.
Other trustees? Trustee Nzewi.
Thank you for your presentation. Don't laugh. One question I have, as I mentioned in my board report, so many parents in Monument and Bay Point, they're working multiple jobs. They work multiple shifts and whatnot. And so obviously this schedule doesn't work for them. And at the same time, these are the students who were most likely being failed before COVID, and that are most likely struggling the deepest with COVID, and in every way, as we've talked about, not just school, just the way COVID has impacted their community. And so is there any solution around that? Can school sites offer longer day and utilizing after school care, or piecing together other things to make it a possibility for those parents who do choose, but work from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
So again, I mean, I don't think we're going to be able to solve the 8 to 10 situation. We do have our after school programs that are poised and ready to go, and they've been ready to go for some time. So we do have that. But again, it's I would love to, I mean, you're putting me in a tough spot because I could answer your question how I would address it, but I may not be able to deliver that because it's not solely on me. So one thing that we've done to try to address that is on our survey, for those who said, yes, I want to come back, it then took them to an additional box that said, do you have a special circumstance? So what we're asking for, what we would hope would come out in that situation is, look, I work all day long and I live 3 miles from the school site and I can't get my student there. So what we're going to now do with that is we're going to start looking at that data, and we're going to, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and promise that we're going to go and pick every kid up from his or her house and bring them to school. But if we have clusters of this where this is an issue, then we could provide transportation. We could get those kids in our after school programs. And so at least we may not be able to do 8 to 5, but at least we could do 11:30 to 5 o'clock or 11:30 to 6 and try something. And again, this is just for a short amount of time. I mean, we're already at February 24th. The health department told me that Mount Diablo would probably be eligible to open around March 15th. So, so we're only talking about the last 2.5 months of school. So again, I don't necessarily have the answer to that, but I'm willing to try to do whatever we can to support those families. Like, I can't tell a teacher to work all day long and teach in a class in person all day long for those. I mean, not that I would ever tell anybody, but I can't negotiate it or come up with that agreement.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be what would be expected. So it sounded like you've got about 16,000 responses or children accounted for in the surveys. And I'm curious about, do you know, are there areas of concentration that have very low response? And if so, how are they being reached out to? Again, in the listening session, parents weren't too keen on using the internet.
Okay.
It's not a regular way of how they communicate.
So under as superintendent, my expectation of our principals is extremely high. So what I expect principals to do, they have their data. We shared with every single principal a live spreadsheet that is updated in live time of all the district data. So if I'm at school X and I see that only 100 of my parents out of 350 have responded, then they have received direction to reach out to those parents, pick up the phone, call, do whatever they need to do. All of our schools have care teams where they're monitoring and reaching out to families, who are struggling. So they're going to call those families and get their survey. And even if they have to do it over the phone and fill it in manually, we've made that option available to our principals, who I don't expect our principals to do this all on their own. They have staffs that are there working at the site. So there's folks who could do that, or folks can do this remotely if it's just calling parents and trying to get in touch with parents. So that would answer your question about the internet and about email.
One other major concern that came up, because some families will stay in distance learning, and we've talked about this as a board before, but there are still a lot of families who don't have the internet access needed to do distance learning. And a lot of it seemed like it's about communication and knowing that they can get hotspots or get multiple hotspots from their schools. And so I don't need an answer. It's just, we need to do better about getting internet access out into everyone's hands. And I'd say whether they're doing hybrid or not, because the hybrid still has distance learning in the morning. And there are still families struggling either with our hotspot or are taking on the expense of paying for the internet when they really can't afford it. So somehow we have to do better as a district on that.
and so this isn't an answer to your question, but what I will say is that last week, President Cound and I did have a meeting with, with some, with a local politician and whatnot from one of our cities about sometimes this is larger than the district, right? So we have some places in our district where a hotspot doesn't even work. So what can we do? What can we do then? We do have internet set up in all of our parking lots in our schools, but that's what the district is doing. What can the cities do to provide internet access to those who don't have access? What could, in high density areas, what can the, partnerships that the district does with cities or third parties to bring in more Wi-Fi to the communities at large? So again, if we have to buy more hotspots, we will, but it's also a larger issue. And that's to everybody. So
yeah, it's an infrastructure issue.
Yeah.
For not just us, our whole country. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's being worked on at the various levels, as a unfortunately a project that will take much longer than we'd like, but partnering with our cities, with our county, and even at the state legislative level, there are plans to try to fund free broadband Wi-Fi for all. So we'll continue to collaborate with these partners and push that forward as much as we can. But point taken as well, Trustee Nzewi, that sometimes the hotspot would work for the family. They just haven't heard about it, or they didn't know they were allowed to have 2 hotspots because the original thing said 1 per family. So sometimes it is a communication issue that can be fixed. And so I think that's all of the outreach that our schools are doing, and every time that we hold informational, like the town hall that you organized, people are able to get some of these questions answered. So that's really helpful. Dr. Clark, I think also to your point on the parent survey, when you said there's that additional needs section, I think that was a question that a lot of parents had is, if they have a need for their student to be in person, but they're not sure if this draft schedule is going to work. Should they answer yes to in person and then write a note, or should they answer no to in person? What would your recommendation be for a family in that situation?
Well, my recommendation would be, really it's a personal choice. And, oftentimes, like even if they put down on their survey that they need transportation, it's not a guarantee that they're gonna get it. Right. I would probably recommend that they would put down, that they're going to come back, and then they can list their concerns and needs. And if we're not able to meet that, then they can go. But really, I think what's important here is that we have now taken this from the district level and really have pushed this out to the school sites and given them, I've empowered our principals, now it's up to you to go, right? Now, reach out to those families, see what the needs are. Figure it out, like come with some ideas of how we can solve these little problems, because I'll tell you, we're not going to solve them at the negotiating table. That's not where these things are going to happen. Where they're going to happen is getting input from our teachers, getting input from our office staff, and from folks who know the kids and know within the communities. That's what we need to come together and to brainstorm on some of these things, some of these real intricate situations that are that might only happen in a particular neighborhood or a particular area of town. Like I think of the folks living out in out off of Marsh Creek Road, right? Like that's a unique need that those students have around internet access and things to that nature. So I would suggest they hit yes, put in their concerns, and then in the end, if they don't want to come back, they don't have to come back.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you for clarifying, because there's still a lot of people that haven't filled out their survey yet. That will help.
They're coming in. I'm watching them.
I'm
watching them come in.
So send it in right now. Okay, Trustee Mayo, I see your hand up.
Madam President, do you want a meeting extension?
Yes, I think so. I think we want to make sure that we're able to cover this topic fully.
Yes, I move that we extend the meeting until 11:30 p.m. Perhaps that's overestimating the time, but we need to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion? All right, moving to a vote. Trustee Alas,
Yes.
Trustee Mayo,
Yes.
Trustee Mason,
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin, Trustee Nzewi. Did we get the mute? Trustee Nzewi, are you
Oh, yes.
frozen? Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
I didn't hear my name, so I must have gone out.
Oh,
Or
okay.
down.
There we go.
I was
Glad
like,
you're with us. Okay.
And I read your lips, Trustee McFerrin. I saw you say yes.
Trustee McFerrin said yes. Okay. All right. And I also vote yes. So the motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from student board member. Thank you, Trustee Mayo, for always noticing that. Really appreciate it. All right.
But what else would the board like to know? I mean, I know that this is so okay, yes.
I see a couple of hands. Let's see.
Okay,
Trustee
good.
McFerrin, I saw your hand.
I saw Trustee I saw Trustee Mason raise her hand first.
Oh, either way, I'm good.
All right, if you
Go
insist. So I want to start with a compliment, and then I have some questions. I did see in a lot of feedback from the community, some parents were concerned that they couldn't select, that they needed academic support for their students, when a lot of parents said what they really needed was emotional support. So I really liked that there was the reminder about the small group support hubs. And I really like the idea of providing opportunities for even, distanced, but interaction between students. And so I'm really, really excited for those to start. And I also want to thank you for all of your work to put that MOU together. I'm really excited to see it in action. And then I also, I want to fully explain, but I also want to be concise, which is kind of tough. So I'm going to do my very best. Please bear with me.
Take your time, no problem.
Thank you. I just want to talk about my experience teaching with Mount related to absences and covering other classes. And so I just wanted to say that even though Mount's a Title I school where I'm under the impression that substitutes get an extra amount every day for substituting there, we had a really hard time getting subs. And so there were times when other teachers would have like professional development that they would have to cancel because they couldn't get their sub job covered. And so they couldn't take the day off. Or there were times when I was called by my office manager and I was asked to cover during my prep period. And this was not really, a request. It was something that was really necessary. And so we were in a big sub shortage before the pandemic began. And I know there are a lot of concerns about substitutes generally being retired teachers. And so that is kind of an added obstacle, in making sure that we have subs. I also want to volunteer that in my district that we've been told that it's going to be our option whether or not to cover other classes because we would be exposing ourselves to a different cohort. And so I've seen in the new CDC guidance, which is comprehensive, and I've received some questions about it. So I just wanted to bring it up. I don't know that there's necessarily an answer yet, but it says schools may need to consider flexible sick leave policies and practices that enable staff to stay home when they are sick, have been exposed, or are caring for someone who is sick. School systems should recruit and train sufficient substitute educators to ensure that teachers can stay home when they are sick or have been exposed to someone who is confirmed or suspected of having COVID-19. And I see this being a particular challenge for us. So I just wanted to bring it up as a concern and just see, kind of what our plan is, and how we're going to be able to follow this guidance, which seems incredibly important.
So one thing, and again, I'm probably not going to be able to answer this question, solely because it's hypothetical. But one thing that provides us flexibility with maintaining that distance learning, right? So keeping students with their current teachers with that distance learning, that if there is a reason that we have an outbreak and we had to send people home or whatnot, we're not now trying to recreate the wheel, right? It's already flowing with the instruction being through distance learning, right? So your actual instruction is still going to be happening through that distance learning model, right? It's just the in-person where again we would need a sub. But with our schools shut down and with there not being a need for subs, we haven't needed to call any substitutes. And so as once we get the go ahead to, you know, that we can start this process, then we're going to, you know, crank up the subs. We're going to start lining them up. I would hope, I mean, we've been out of school so long, I would hope that we don't just open up and all of a sudden we need, you know, massive subs. But again, we're going to have to address it just like every other district is addressing it. And I know, you know, some schools and some subjects are harder to find subs than others. But again, we're going to have to be creative on how we do this. So again, I know I didn't answer your question. I don't have an answer to that question. We have a sub pool. We haven't tapped into our sub pool because we haven't needed it for a whole year. So it's gonna take some, you know, we got to re-engage with them, and we don't know which ones are going to come back, which ones aren't, which ones are the retired folks who you referred to. But yeah, as we get closer to that time, we're going to get the subs going. And Dr. Rubio, you want to chime in?
Well, just that, you know, one of the things I try to look at carefully being new into a district is certainly how our sub rates compare to other districts around us and how competitive we're being. So I do have it on my list to bring that at a future board meeting. I know we're trying to be fiscally careful and tight. And at the same time, this is one of those areas where we need to make sure we're being competitive with the surrounding districts. So the board can expect to see that at a board meeting very soon from me with something more competitive for us to offer for substitutes.
Very good. Thank you. Trustee McCurran, did you have additional questions or follow-up?
No, just thank you.
Okay, great. Trustee Mason.
First, I just want to thank Dr. Clark for the very thorough presentation. There's been a lot of uncertainties this year. One thing I've never been uncertain about is the amount of time and effort and work that everybody on the district team has been putting in to getting these kids back to school and our staff in a safe manner. And I want to stress, because I've heard comments out there about when they're coming on for this time, some people have made the comments, but that's not academic time. That's not educational time. Everything we do is educational. If it's team building, if it's sports, if it's art, whatever those groups are going to do, it is education. And it might be education that only 50% of our kids are opting to come on for, and they won't be held accountable as far as a grade or a test. I don't want the impression, because I've even gotten letters where, well, my kid, I'm not sending my kid because they don't need that academic support. It's a lot of different things they're going to get, but this idea that we do anything that isn't educational, everything we do in our schools is educational. So I just wanted to stress that.
Thank you. And you know, if I could just respond, you know, I mean, our kids, when they do return, they're going to need a re-engagement period. It's going to, and I think I don't know, I sound like a broken record. I may have said this at the last meeting, but it's almost going to be like the first week of school, but it's going to be the first week of school for a few weeks. There's such amazing teachers out there that I know that, you know, if our students come back for a week, get kind of reacclimated, become more comfortable, we learn the systems, and, you know, everyone gets more comfortable in it, our teachers are going to take this and run with it, right? I mean, now what I just don't want to happen is the first day back, a student's been out of school for a year, and then all of a sudden they show up, and then it's, you know, sit down, put your, you know, open up your book to page 300, you know, we're testing, we got a test on Friday, let's go. Like that's probably, you know, not what they need. You know, I think they need that socialization period. I know that, you know, I know we have some parents who are worried about, you know, their students being able to get into college and preparing for college and preparing for all those rigors. All that stuff is going to come in time, right? Like, and I know, I mean, Trustee Alas is, you know, she's in her final stages of school, but for other students, for elementary students, for middle school students, like we have an opportunity here. We don't just need to go back to how things necessarily were, you know, a year ago, 2 years ago. Like, you know, this is what's frustrating for me because, you know, I'm a half full person, right? Why can't we put our heads together and find out how we can, you know, kind of reimagine some things that we do? You know, I mean, I think for as, you know, as bad as distance learning is, as some describe it, there's also some really good things that have come with this, you know. And so again, you're absolutely right, Trustee Mason. Everything that we do is educationally. You know, we're bringing kids back for sports, right? Sports is moving, right? We're moving forward with sports, whether school's in session or not. We're having sports, right? Because let them play. Like those folks went out and advocated, and the governor or whoever, they opened that up. Sporting events are educationally, right? The playing of it, the viewing of it. Although in the guidance it says we can't have fans other than I probably shouldn't say this because I haven't told the athletic directors this, but it's more, we can't have fans other than like families who are there to actually like supervise their own child, right? So anyway, it's all educational. We got amazing teachers and amazing staff. They're going to see where students are and what they need, and then they are then going to support those kids in getting them to where they go. But what we won't do is we're not going to agree to something that says there will be no instruction, right? And that's, you know, those are discussions that have come up, but we're not going to go there. Like we want to leave it up to the teachers to kind of assess where their students are, work with their principals, work with their staffs, with their colleagues, find what kids need, and let's get the kids what they need so that we can finish out this year, do some summer programs, come back in the fall ready to go.
Absolutely. And I think that I'm already hearing those ideas happening from teachers, from principals, from PTAs about what those groups could be and what opportunities they can take advantage of having some in-person time. I mean, people talk about one of the problems with distance learning is, you know, the isolation and the social emotional health of our students, right? Well, coaches, that was brought up at the mental health webinar just last night. Our coaches provide a tremendous amount of counseling, social emotional guidance to our students and have been doing it safely with our students this whole time. So thank you, coaches. You're amazing.
And lastly, I don't mean to cut you off, but as you said, the coaches are working like on the social emotional of their players. They're not, you know, I mean, if it's basketball or something, they're not putting in the full court press right now. Right? They're not, you know, diagramming plays for the kids. They're just working on basics, right? And that's kind of, you know, how I equate it to kind of school. Like, you know, there's no need to, you know, we're not going to learn the Pythagorean theorem like the day that the kids get back to, you know, do it in person. But, you know, we can ease into that. That'll come.
Well, and we can focus on the things that are enriching that will improve learning and engagement, like optional science labs that we haven't been able to do all year. And now students could come in and do that. So that's not necessarily, it could be a struggling student, it could be an advanced student, but it could be a mix of the two. But it's an opportunity that a teacher could take on and say, this is what I want to provide. With a group of students who's interested and have a sign up for that. You know, at high school, I know people are picturing the 6 periods and how do you switch between 6 periods? That's not what it's going to look like, right? It's going to be one group, but there will be a lot of different groups that students could join, and each school site is really starting to brainstorm what those are, what they can look like, and how they can address the needs of all kids, whether it's academic or social emotional or both. So it's really exciting to see people figuring that out. And so I think back to the point from before about the parent survey, you know, if you think that your student needs in-person learning, fill it out, put your ideas down in the extra notes, and then have a discussion at your school site about how to make that happen. I know parents are ready to volunteer in some locations to help make those things possible as well. And then of course there's all the ideas about outdoor space and how can you better use, you know, outdoor classrooms, outdoor space for these various things. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity for us to think outside the box allow our school sites to design really for their students. And now they're having, because of the people filling out the survey, they actually know who to talk to about what exactly that's going to look like in person. So I think that's a really good point. I did have one other question, kind of separate from this, is we get a lot of questions from our parents of students with special needs and asking where they fit into this. So if a student is in an SDC class, are those, where does that fit into the timeline of, you had like TK 1, 2, 3 like that, but then where do our SDC do you think fit in? As well as how would, you know, at what point can a student with an IEP start to get some of the things that are hard to do over distance learning, but can be done in person? Is that in the small group support hub phase?
Yeah, what we're looking at with the hybrid with SDC, if there's an SDC classes, I mean, SDC classes by design are smaller. So those classes would actually come on for more of a full day, for a full type of day. I mean, you have less than 10 kids in the class, 2 adults or 2 or 3 adults. So we do see those as, you know, our preschools, things like that, our preschools, SDC, bringing those back for an all day and not having, you know, not having them do you know, the distance learning in the morning and coming back. We would want to bring those students back all day. Now, a student who, you know, has speech or has an IEP for a specified learning disability or specific learning disability, you know, we're going to still work on providing those services. And again, without having knowledge of what each IEP looks like, I don't know if those services are going to be delivered through distance or if they're going to be delivered face-to-face or in a small group, which would be tough because of the stable groups. So again, you know, I did speak to Dr. Aguilia about this today. She's working with her staff, and besides SDC, the other ones will be, you know, the other students with IEPs, you know, will have to continue to provide their services as we're providing them now. But for SDC, we want to get them back on campus for a full day or as full as possible.
And then are they also included in the small groups that could potentially happen sooner? How does that work?
Well, again, you know, there's some, you know, the small group agreement. I mean, that was a win for kids, but also there's some serious limitations to that, and so I don't see that as a way to really meet their needs. Because
not like in a full class kind of way, but
and there's limitations. There's only a certain amount of time. There's time limits on that, and so it's just, you know, it's real tough. I can't.
So the small groups are a start, but we really want to get to the hybrid agreement that has flexibility for things like an all-day SDC class.
Yeah, right. I mean,
to really meet the needs of our students.
I mean, it's heartbreaking, but you know, but we need to get there, and I think, I think the elephant in the room is what happens if we, you know, if we're unable to come to an agreement. Then I think we're going to have to bring some options to the board to, you know, see what the board can do. But the board, you know, you've given us clear direction on what to do. That has been very, very helpful. You know, I have, as superintendent, as I'm working with our bargaining team, I've given at every option. You know, every time that there's something for the district to give, I've done that. You know, there's some things that are some non-negotiables, you know, like what's really good for kids, but in terms of some of the other things, and you know, it's real difficult to do what's best for kids in that environment. And but you know, it's something that, you know, that I just want the board members to be, you know, to be thinking about and considering. And you know, there is legal, you know, opinions on really, does the board have the authority to open schools? Absolutely, the board has that authority. It's not you know, an individual from another organization who makes that call. But we don't want to do that, and we would much rather sit at the table. I'm very, very you know, excited that we have 5 days scheduled, and you know, we're going to be there. We're going to be ready to go. You know, we've exchanged proposals. We're ready to move. You know, we got 200 and over 200 people on this call. We got a lot of people depending on us, and that's the important thing. And again, I know the public can't, you know, peep into those sessions or whatnot, but you know, I give you my word as superintendent that I'm trying to do all I can to give students the opportunity to get back on campus, but also preserving what our teachers and staff have created through distance learning, because regardless of what we have heard from some, not everyone feels that way. And I would not, you know, it would not be prudent of me to not support that system that is working for a lot of our students, but clearly it's not working for all.
I heard a couple of sentiments during some of the comments and some of the emails that we've received that teachers don't want to come back, and that is not true. I've heard my teachers say it. All of my teachers have said it. This is not what I signed up for. Trustee McFerrin can attest to this. All of them had said, this is not what we wanted. We want to be there with you. So our teachers have the heart and want to come back, absolutely, as do our union. So I know, you know, even though things are looking tough, or things have looked tough in the past, everyone is putting all hands on deck to get those negotiations set and ready, so that we can go back to school, because our teachers do want to go back to school. And I can speak a little bit to how sports have been working. We've been going nonstop since May, and I can say that coaches, at least my coach for cross country, we've been incredibly diligent on those active screenings, temperature taking, stable cohorts, distancing, masks. It's just been an incredibly well-oiled machine. Just one positive test and a single cohort gets disbanded, but the rest can still practice. And there are ways to make it work, ways that have worked for sports. You know, of course, sports are outside, and I know that there were many public commenters that have spoken about the learning outside option. I know that different school sites are going to have to be creative about that. And I do have one other question regarding learning and those stable cohorts, particularly at the secondary school level, because I know that there's been a lot of talk about how it's going to be easy to maintain the stable cohorts at the elementary level, but it might be more difficult at the secondary school level. But I haven't quite heard how we're going to make sure that cohorts remain stable at the secondary school level. Is that going to be up to the prerogative of the separate school sites? Is that going to come like at a later date, or how are we going to make sure that those secondary school cohorts remain stable once we go into hybrid?
Right. So I've spoken about this a few times before, but I just want to reiterate it. So that secondary is very, very complicated. And that's, you know, secondary is middle school and high schools. And I know that there's different schedules between Mount Diablo High and Ignacio Valley and Concord and so on, that, you know, once we agree on the concept, then what I really want to happen is for those administrators working with their, you know, with their department chairs and ways, and finding ways that they can, you know, keep kids in stable cohorts. So at the secondary level, you can have students mixing in different cohorts. Not just, we don't want them to mix in 6 different cohorts, but they can mix in at least 2 cohorts throughout the school day. That's what, you know, some guidance that I have read says. But, you know, we can be very intentional with the space that we use, right? So if we're able to distance and get kids in a distance and get protection for our teachers or whatnot, then then those are some things that we can look at deeper. So for example, it's 11 o'clock at night. I don't want to sound like I'm rambling, but so
go for it.
You have 6 periods a day, right? So I know what some districts are doing at the secondary level is they're picking 2 of those classes and they're meeting for 2 weeks in those classes. And then the next 2 weeks they're meeting in 2 other classes, right? And then the next 2 weeks they're meeting in 2 other classes. And so that's a way over 6 weeks you get those experiences in that time, that face time with your teachers. So again, when we come up with the parameters, then we let the work actually happen, which is always the case, right? I mean, the superintendent of Mount Diablo School District did not come up with the master schedule at Northgate or at, Sequoia Middle School, right? Those were developed by the staff there. So once they get the parameters and once they have their FTE, their employees, and once they know what students they're working with, then they can help kind of, put the finishing touches on a schedule. So I'm excited about the opportunities about what it could look like. But again, our goal is really to keep kids in high secondary kids in 1 or 2 cohorts.
I'm also excited about the opportunities, especially because with the okay that the governor has given for sports, I know that sports medicine classes, football trainers at Northgate are going to start, getting some practice under their belts as well, as also in a small stable cohort. So getting those ROP classes started back up again is going to be great. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point, is that at any given high school, look at what courses are offered and which ones, have been missing out because they don't have the hands-on piece, the in-person piece. Sports medicine is clearly one of those, right? So that's one that, you maybe would be more likely to bring back than another one. And it's all based on, who's available to lead these things as well, right? So there's so much to be discussed at a site
and
level.
if I could just close out on this, I kind of want to address just kind of the as we're talking about reopening, just kind of what's happening in the county at large. I think this would be an appropriate time to kind of bring this up. Is that there's 18 districts in the county. Walnut Creek is partially open. I do not believe that they have fully opened yet. Orinda is partially opened, right? And so when I say partially, like their middle schools aren't back. I'm not sure if all their grade levels, but you have Orinda, you have Walnut Creek, you have Lafayette, you have Moraga, and you have San Ramon. Again, the secondary at San Ramon is not back. So that's 5 districts in the county that are open. I know Acalanes has an agreement, but they're not open. Teachers are working from site at Acalanes. West Contra Costa is not open. Martinez is not open. Brentwood is not open. Oakley is not open. Byron is doing some things. They're getting there. And Knightson, which is just a 1 school district, they have an agreement, but they're not necessarily open. So that's just kind of within our county, but even our neighbors next door, Pleasanton is not open. Dublin is not. Livermore is not. Berkeley is not. Albany is not. And so I could just go on and on. There are some, in Marin, they have some schools that are open. Palo Alto's open. There's some other schools on the peninsula that are open. So just everyone is not open, and none of those schools that I named, none of those districts that I named are open with all of their students back 5 days a week or anything. They're all in some sort of limited hybrid model. But the systems that they have at their schools, like with masking and things like that, is pretty much consistent. I'm on the exact same calls with those folks every single week with the health department. Their facilities, some of our facilities in Contra Costa County are the exact same facilities that we have. And so there weren't any walls knocked down or anything like that. It's just the same old, mask, distance, hand hygiene, and contact tracing and testing, right? Some are doing some more testing, some are testing students regularly, all are testing staff. And so again, I just want to put that out there that, we're not the only place that's not open. There are other places that, that aren't open to kids. But we're gonna get there. I remain positive. I remain committed. I have again, it's not just me. There's a staff. Our staff is working hard, all the way from Dr. Rubio and his team, the negotiating team, business. All these folks have continued to go on, right? We have, like I said, we have over 100 people in and out of this building every day, all day long. I see the cars next door of the teachers who are on campus and the support staff that are on campus. Like we can make this work. So anyway, I appreciate the support from the board. You know, I'm going to remain positive and remain above the some of the things that were, that are thrown. And we're just going to keep moving forward and keep our focus on kids. And again, if the board has suggestions or direction, or you feel that I'm going in a direction that you don't agree with, please let me know. And last thing I'll say, and then I'll be quiet. I told our administrative team, the other day that, over 100 folks on the call. At our negotiation team, we have 9 people on the team. They all have the power of a Southwest Airlines mechanic. And what that means is anyone in Southwest Airlines who's in charge of airplanes can call a grounding, can say, this plane is not ready and they're going to not fly it. That's the direction I've given my negotiations team. Our negotiations team is someone on that team says, you know what, we're not right on this. We need to fix that. They have that authority to do that. And I think that, that just displays the spirit of where we're trying to get to, as a district and moving forward and really being collaborative and not just one person. I would never just want me to be the only voice in the room and not listening to anybody. So I'll end it on that.
Thank you, Dr. Clark.
Yep.
Trustee Mayo, you were unmuted. Did you have something to say?
Well, I was wondering what sort of action we needed tonight, because it does say approve the updated hybrid learning plan on the agenda.
Well, so I said I wasn't going to talk anymore, but I am here. So I wanted to give you the option. I know that I know that there's a narrative out there that we're not ready, we're unprepared, we don't have a plan. I want to assure this board that we have a plan, that we are ready to go. As soon as we get the okay, we're ready to go. We have to work this out with our labor partners, CSCA, CST, Teamsters, our psychologists, which I left off of one of our lists before, who did I leave out? Dr. Rubio. So I hope I didn't mean to leave anybody out, but we have to come up with these agreements, and we're making progress with many of our other labor groups. And so I don't want to necessarily put the cart before the horse, but because I'm not really, I presented the overall plan, but it's the same plan that I've been presenting since October, because there hasn't been we haven't come to an agreement with Medea, and they demanded that we wait for them before we roll out a plan. So I tried to strategically put info action just in case. So I wanted to kind of leave it up to the board to see which way you guys wanted to go. But how about I suggest this? If we get movement and we're ready to do something, we can always call a special meeting, and I can put forward a formalized packet that we can then put up for approval or denial, and maybe that will
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that we are, from what I'm hearing from fellow board members from tonight, we're with you. We are all on the same page here. We all know that, from the parent survey, that we have, at least 7,500 students that would like some in-person learning from all over the district. We need to make that happen. And we can make that happen. We can do it safely. We've done it safely with sports, as Trustee Alas explained. And now we have our approved COVID safety plan. We have so many of the pieces in place that are ready to go. I think the direction from us as a board is to keep moving forward as you are, with the priority of meeting student needs as they've been presented. That we need to get students on campus that have requested that. And continue to do it in a safe way, but really prioritize making that happen. And I think we were clear at the prior board meeting that it's not about talking about metrics at this point. We need to just move forward with the county and state guidance as far as metrics. And so the conversations in negotiations need to be about the schedule, what are the parameters of those schedules within which each site will still be able to have enough flexibility to meet the student needs that they're seeing. Other trustees, are you on the same page?
Yes, and I just wanted to announce, because the audience numbers goes up and down, that the special meeting would require 24-hour notice, I believe. So as soon as there is an agreement reached, then we can move quickly forward.
Absolutely. Other thoughts? So would anyone like to make a motion at this point, or are we clear enough in our direction?
Well, any motion we make would probably have to be pending the agreements at this point in time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd prefer to just have an agreement and we vote on that thing. That would actually be the thing.
Right, exactly. Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Clark, and all staff and all teachers out there and all parents out there. You know, we really are going to figure this out. We're going to do it together. We're going to get some students on campus. We're going to keep serving the students in distance learning that want to stay fully distant. And we're going to come to the end of this school year with that plan and in motion and in place. And then, as Dr. Clark said, you know, we fully expect to be in person on campus in the fall in a completely different way than what we're talking about right now. All right.
Thank you.
Any last comments? Okay, so we'll move on to our final agenda item of the night, and we might finish before the 11:30 timing that Trustee Mayo suggested. Okay, 17.6 is review of the 2021 California School Boards Association CSBA Delegate Assembly election information.
So, President Count, I know you and Trustee Mayo are deeply involved in CSBA. I put this item on here. I also gave you the option for action if the board were ready to cast its vote tonight. Just to give you that option. Again, we you know, it should have been in the packet, the bios on the folks, and if you guys were ready to cast your vote, you could do that, or you could bring it back at the next meeting.
Madam President?
Yes.
So we are, just to clarify, we are to choose, we have the ability to vote for, to cast ballot for up to 3 people as a Board of Education.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, as a district. So then, you know, we can vote on them separately. We could do them in groups. I'm prepared to make a motion on 2 of the individuals, and then that I know fairly well. And then there could be more extensive discussion on the 3rd. I don't know what the pleasure of the board is.
Yeah, I was thinking that we were just bringing this for action tonight. It doesn't need to be mailed until after our next meeting, so it would be fine to hold the vote on this at the next meeting. So unless anyone
so you
would like to vote right away.
But I would like to hear Trustee Mayo's input, because I was looking at it more from a area representative, because I don't really know the people at all. So if she does, and she has a reason for wanting to move a couple forward, I'd be interested to hear her thoughts on that. And then at the next meeting, we can vote.
Perfect. Sounds great.
Well, I would suggest that you look at the CSBA website. It will list the current members and where they're located. The Meredith Mead and Richard Servey have served recently on the CSBA Delegate Assembly. They're both very conscientious and attend all of the meetings and come prepared for the meetings. I am not familiar with the other candidates. Wes Contra, I believe, has a person on the Delegate Assembly. I believe John Sweat does as well. And I don't recall that Brentwood does currently. So you can review the resumes if we're not going to vote next time, and look at the CSBA website and see who's continuing. If you're concerned about including more people from across the county in your consideration.
Great.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to make a comment about any of the names on here at this point?
I'll go back and look. I didn't take into consideration the geography. So
Right. That's an interesting thought. Yeah.
So yeah.
Perfect. Okay, great. So that's information only. We'll bring it back for the final vote at the next board meeting. So I think that one is complete. Okay, so we have no carryover from closed session. So 20 future agenda items, 20.1, any future agenda items?
The CSBA.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Yes, we will put the CSBA delegate vote on there.
Dr. Rubio mentioned the substitute pool issue, and that should be sooner rather than later. So I don't know if that's the next meeting or the one following, but in March.
Yeah, right. Very good. Okay, thank you. I know also that we have had a lot of questions about how the COVID funding has been spent. So I would like to see that covered at some point as well, so that we're able to be fully transparent with that amount of funding that people see on the map. Okay, anything else? All right, great. All right, well, thank you everyone for sticking it out through till 11:11 p.m. With that, we are adjourned.
Ready. Good night, everyone.